Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the labor hearings today on SB 655 to order. And Representative Clare, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone. Just from the committee's perspective, the plan today is to go through our three Senate bills. Whenever we finish that, we'll have a working session on SB 416. So we make sure that we get all of our cards on the table and understand the nuances of that bill. Then we'll break for lunch, and for committee members, join us at Cheers for lunch. And then we will have caucus after lunch, and we'll determine what bills we're going to exec this afternoon at 2:30. So that's sort of the in general plan today. The exact time is 2:30, correct? And if we have issues with the Senate, we can work our way through that. We've got flexibility to do that. I'd like to open the session on SB 655, and we have the esteemed Senator Ennis to introduce that bill to us.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's nice to see you on what promises to be a warm day, much deserved, I might add. Help us prep for tax day tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Senator Dan Ennis from Senate District 7, beautiful Bradford, New Hampshire, and I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 655, relative to employee leasing companies, workers' compensation coverage options, and a minimum wage exemption for minor league baseball players, of all things. Professional employer organizations, also known as PEOs, help small and mid-sized businesses to manage some of the most complex and costly parts of running a small business or mid-sized business today: human resources activities, payroll, benefits administration, regulatory compliance. By pooling employers together, which is what PEOs do, it allows small businesses to offer competitive benefits that would otherwise be out of reach from a cost perspective. Larger pool of people, typically lower rates than if you do it with a small group. And that includes health insurance, retirement plans, and workers' comp coverage. By taking this administrative burden off of the employers, they can focus on growing their business, hiring workers, staying competitive in a tight and tough labor market. It's important to emphasize, Senate Bill 655 does not reduce, does not weaken, or avoid workers' compensation coverage in any way. Coverage remains mandatory. All employees must continue to be covered at all times. What this bill actually does is technical and narrow. Under current law, the PEO is required to hold the workers' compensation policy in every single case. New Hampshire is one of only a few states with that restriction. So Senate Bill 655 allows flexibility by permitting either the PEO or the client business to secure and maintain coverage, depending on what works best for that particular employer. In states where this flexibility exists, PEOs are still the primary source of coverage, but there are particular situations for multi-state employers, as an example, or businesses with specialized risk profiles, where a client-held policy can lower costs or make participation in a PEO possible. Current law can unintentionally prevent New Hampshire businesses from accessing these HR services with the same level of access that most other states have. What this bill does not do is make coverage optional, sort of reinforcing that. It does not reduce the number of people covered or weaken any enforcement. It simply removes a barrier that puts New Hampshire out of step with national practice. As amended by the Senate, this bill would also add minimum wage exemption for minor league baseball players covered by a collective bargaining agreement, which would be our great team in Manchester. And existing requirements have created some confusion. It can be difficult in something like minor league baseball to determine what hours actually count toward establishing that wage. So this amendment sort of cleans that up a little bit, again, brings us in line with what other states are doing, and helps baseball, helps the players, helps our team in Manchester. Thanks for taking the time to hear my testimony. I'm happy to try to answer any questions that the committee may have. I think this one is relatively clear. It's a service provided to businesses. We're trying to make it a little bit easier, bring ourselves in line with other states. But there are folks behind me who can address some very specific issues if you have those. But I'm happy to try to take any questions.
And does the committee have any questions?
All right.
Representative Flanagan. Oh, did you have one?
I was going to, but I was deferring to Representative Flynn.
All right. So we're caught in between. Representative Sullivan, go ahead.
Oh, I
Hold on,
defer.
Flanagan.
Go ahead.
We're out of control.
Going
Go ahead.
once, going twice.
Yeah, we're too nice here.
Yeah.
I guess I'm getting nice. I'll go to the Major League Baseball piece first. Mm-hmm. I'm baffled as to whether these players are actually not earning minimum wage at $7.25 an hour.
It's hard to know because of the hours of practice and travel time and that sort of thing. And I think that's what it comes down to. If you take actual time on the field, yeah, they're beating that number. But depending on how you would define their activities, you could imagine a circumstance where they wouldn't be. Practice, batting practice, whatever it may be. And if all of that gets counted, it might be a little more difficult. This isn't designed to, it doesn't reduce any pay, it doesn't change anything, just kind of moves them outside of that minimum wage requirement. Again, other states have done it. The Baseball League requested this, and I do hope we can get it through.
Follow-up?
Please.
If they're not earning $7.25 an hour, I think they need to bargain a better contract.
Well, there you go. All right. I like
But
that.
that wasn't the follow-up. But basically, the other piece was on the leasing companies.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you're saying is the employer employs all of the people.
Correct.
The leasing company may be providing administrative services to the company so that it doesn't have to bother.
Yes. It's sort of, payroll services, right? It's the same basic concept, just broader.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Flanagan, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I understand your presentation in the beginning, does this now allow the employer to defer the workers' comp to the employee leasing company?
The employee leasing company would handle the administration of the workers' comp, yes.
So by default, if I'm a lawyer and I'm willing to hire your people,
Mhm.
I'm going to say, fine, I'll hire them, but you pay for the workers' comp. So it'll always be now, if this law passes, the employee leasing company that pays for workers' comp.
Well, it's still the employing company that pays the costs, right? They're just contracting with.
Indirectly, correct.
yes.
In other words,
Yes.
instead
Yes.
of $50 an hour, it's $55.
I see what you're saying. Someone behind me can give you the details of how they implement
But
it.
just knowing the dynamic of that process. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Follow up?
Please.
Similar question as Representative Sullivan said. I mean, do they really want us to make a decision on this? Can't they just amend their collective bargaining agreement? So
Major League Baseball?
Yes,
Well, I can't answer that.
I guess they will.
I hope so.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, they're here. They'll testify.
Yes.
Okay.
Subject to no further questions, Senator Ennis, thanks for joining us today.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Okay, I have 3 cards on HB 655. It is my goal to talk about the labor-related ones first, and then the baseball ones second. Okay, so Mr. Worrell, if you can please come up and provide your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Justin Worrell, and I am the Managing Director for Governmental and Regulatory Affairs at a company called Insperity. Insperity was founded in 1986 in Kingwood, Texas. We operate in all 50 states. We are publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange, and nationally we serve over 300,000 what we call worksite employees. Now, specific to New Hampshire, we service about 1,200 worksite employees in this state. Employee leasing companies like Insperity were also known as professional employee organizations, or PEOs. Were licensed under RSA 277B. It's a bit of a unique business model. So we enter into a contractual relationship, a long-term contractual relationship. This is not short-term staffing. This is a long-term agreement that we enter into with our clients, where we allocate employer responsibilities between Insperity and our clients. Generally speaking, we provide comprehensive HR solutions to our clients in 3 buckets. So first would be the HR component, compliance assistance with the myriad state and federal laws that companies have to comply with. Second one would be payroll. We are the W-2 employer to those 300,000 worksite employees. Okay, so the paycheck comes from Insperity, and we remit federal payroll-related taxes to the IRS under our EIN. So that is the employer nexus. The concept is called co-employment, and it is codified in state law. And the third one would be benefits administration. So because we have this employer relationship, we're able to provide Fortune 500 style benefits, healthcare, 401k, short and long-term disability, and workers' compensation, among a host of others. And on the client side, the client maintains responsibility for the day-to-day operation of their business, with the idea that Insperity takes off all of those administrative burdens from our clients to allow them to focus on their core competency and hopefully grow. So with regard to Senate Bill 655, most states allow either the client or the PEO to purchase and maintain the workers' compensation coverage. New Hampshire just happens to be one of the few that does not allow. As Senator Innes mentioned, the intent's not to make coverage optional. We've built in some notice requirements into this version of the bill to address those concerns. And just a couple of examples why we're seeking this change. A simple reason might be that a client who comes to Insperity seeking our services may already have a coverage that from a carrier that they know and that they prefer to work with. That's a very simple reason. Another reason they might receive cost savings with their current coverage provider. Or a more complex example is that requiring different coverage for a single New Hampshire employee can be a barrier for multi-state employers, which we have seen. And then to that point, we have had some prospective clients consider terminating their New Hampshire employees specifically because of this barrier. And that's not an outcome I don't think anybody wants to see happen. So this is why we're coming to you to seek this change. I will be submitting formally written comments after this hearing from Insperity, but also from our National Trade Association, which is the National Association of PEOs, or NAPIO. And with that, I would happy to take any questions.
And do we have any questions? Representative Sullivan.
I would just point out that the chairman's plan is to exec this vote on this bill on this afternoon. So if you have something to submit sooner, is better than later.
Okay, I could do that.
Great, thank you. Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
I've got a few years in the insurance business,
Okay.
and I know that insurance companies like packaging workers' comp with general liability. This still allows the hiring company or whatever, the client company, the ability to do that. Isn't that correct?
Can you restate that question?
Okay. I'll restate it. So say you normally take care of the workers' comp.
By state law, we have to in this state, yes.
Well, okay. So the hiring company, or what do you call it, the client company?
Our client company, yeah.
Okay. They derive a benefit on their liability insurance by combining it with workers' comp. This allows them to do that, reduce the fee they pay to you because they're absorbing the workers' comp piece, and still able to combine workers' comp with general liability.
I'm not sure. That's if a client under this construct, if a client wants to secure their coverage, they're just going to go out and do it outside of the PEO relationship. Now, under the bill, they're going to have to report, and the PEO is going to have to report to the state specific info about that coverage, to the policy number, expiration date, all that stuff, to make sure that there is coverage.
Correct.
From our position, all this really does is allow larger clients who want to maintain their policy for whatever reason they may have to do so.
Either or.
Correct.
Okay.
But most of the time, I would state most of the time, the Insperity is still going to be the one providing the coverage. To today,
Right.
97% of our clients still are under our policy.
I was just giving you an
Okay. Thank you.
exception. In other words,
if they're a large enough organization, their liability number could be higher, but if they combine it with workers' comp, it's 6 of one, half dozen other, whether you or them pay, but it'll also give them a break on their
Sure.
liability.
Yep. Thank you.
Inside baseball. No pun intended.
No pun. Yeah.
Any other questions? Representative McKenzie, sir.
Thank you. We're going to hear from the Labor Department, I assume.
We are.
So will this witness be available following the presentation by the Labor Department? Because I have a bunch of questions as it relates to how this, how employees are treated, how they manage claims.
Okay.
All of those.
Can you stick around in case we need to recall you?
I can stick around for a little bit. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, good. Seeing no further questions, are there any other testimony on the the workers' comp labor portion of this bill? Seeing none, and I got you last. You're good. Representative or Mr. Gonzalez, please, from Major League Baseball. And if you could state your name and affiliation for the record, and off we go. The button there with the.
There we go.
There you go. Good.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Gonzalez, and I'm Senior Vice President and Chief Employment Counsel for Major League Baseball. Honorable members of the House Labor Committee, it's my pleasure to come before you and offer testimony in favor of Senate Bill 655 regarding the limited exemption of minor league baseball players from certain wage laws. Being passed around is a joint letter from us and the Major League Baseball Players Association that represents the minor league players as well, in support of this bill. On March 29th, 2023, MLB and the MLBPA agreed to the first ever collective bargaining agreement between the 30 major league clubs and minor league players. So to be clear, we're not here because our CBA for minor league players fails to meet state standards, but because both MLB and the players' own union believe that our negotiated compensation structure is most beneficial to the players and better fits their actual day-to-day experience. Unlike a typical hourly worker, players sought and received part of their compensation in the form of housing benefits, club-provided meals, per diems on the road, highly subsidized health benefits, retirement benefits, salary continuation for disability resulting from work-related injuries, tuition assistance, and even signing bonuses, some of them quite large. Moreover, aside from all of these additional forms of compensation, the party's CBA ensures that players achieve the standard of living intended by the New Hampshire law based on salary alone anyway, as the 2026 minimum in-season salary of $1,040 per week for the AA team in Manchester would cover them for over 100 hours per week under New Hampshire's current minimum wage and overtime framework. The statutory change is still necessary, however, in order to address an impractical hours tracking problem and recognize that the experience of a player is unique compared to hourly workers who can only work at employer-specified times. Minor league players compete vigorously at and away from the ballpark to reach their dream of being called up to the next level in the major leagues, and it doesn't benefit them to have their playing or practice time limited or access to club facilities and resources restricted due to having hourly worker status. So in other words, this bill recognizes that players should be treated as salaried workers who may perform certain job-related activities for their own benefit and development, even if those activities are not required by the employer. For example, treating players as hourly workers creates the conundrum of determining what hours should even be counted, because players do things on their own time and at home during the season and off season for physical fitness, studying their craft, and otherwise seeking a competitive edge. This is one reason why players are now uniquely paid and receive health coverage year-round, even though their required baseball playing activities are only seasonal. Lastly, the very idea of trying to track hours would lead to some interesting results, to say the least, both on and off the field. To avoid unlimited wage exposure, should a club limit the amount of time that a player can review video of his at-bats, his pitching mechanics, and his opponents, and thereby actively prevent him from trying to improve as much as he wants? Should a player be prevented from accessing the clubhouse or gym facilities, other than during times when he's required to be there for pregame and postgame? should a player be required to clock out and go home once he's removed from the game and therefore can no longer return to the game? Or a starting pitcher be told to stay home the day after he pitches because no matter what happens, he's not going to be pitching the next day. So in conclusion, the minor league baseball experience is obviously quite different than that of regular hourly workers. Players put in whatever work they deem necessary to achieve their goal of making it to the next level. And this practical bill allows them to preserve that opportunity and puts New Hampshire on equal footing with all states that follow the federal law, such as New Hampshire, plus the other states that have recently passed laws granting this relief to minor league players, such as California, which did so not only in bipartisan fashion, but unanimously. Hard to say that about anything, probably, in California, but they did it for this. Also, New York, New Jersey, Washington, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Florida, Indiana, Arkansas, Kentucky, and Oregon. For these reasons, I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 655. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, including any follow-ups on the ones that were asked earlier.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much time and energy is currently spent on time tracking for major league or minor league baseball players?
0. And the reason is because of the impracticalities of it, right? So you wouldn't even know. That's the real problem, and the reason why both we and the players themselves want to be treated as salaried workers. That's what the players negotiated themselves, because they want to be able to come and go as they please. They don't want to be told, punch in, you can only punch in 90 minutes before the game, right? And you have to clock out an hour after the game, after you clean up. They have other things they may want to do for their own development. They may want to, would you count time in the ice bath? Right? If they're nursing a sore knee, would you count time where the team's not requiring them to be there, but I'm in a slump and I want to see the video of my last 25 at bats to see if I can figure out, if there's a hitch in my, in my elbows, or my pitching mechanics. So is my arm slot a little too high? Is that why I'm wild, in my last couple of starts? So those are things they do on their own. Nobody's asking them to do it, but they currently have unlimited access to the clubhouse, to the facilities to do those kinds of things. So that's the practical reality of being a player.
Thank you.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for taking my question. As I shared with everybody here, I have a background in insurance, but I also have a background in baseball in college. So I have empathy. I wasn't a pitcher, so I didn't. But to give you an example, at this level, do you know how much we make here?
You mean the folks at the table?
Yeah.
I do not.
We make $100 a year
Before taxes.
before tax. And yeah. Although we get free tolls. And the point is this: I don't just serve here. I got to meet with constituents. I got to go to functions, whatever. So I know what you mean about keeping track of time. We don't keep track of time because, in essence, we look at it as $100 as salary.
Is there a question?
It is.
in this rambling?
It's coming. So my question is this: it sounds like the players are on salary. And if they're on salary, why are we worried about minimum wage? Why don't you just, it's part of the CBA, right?
It is. But there's also provision in the CBA that allows for a reopener if the salary structure were to be challenged. And the reason is because under the federal law, minor league players are exempt, and we far exceed the minimum salary required for them to be exempt under the federal law. But there are some enterprising plaintiffs' attorneys who have pursued claims trying to say that minor league players should be treated as hourly workers, and we had to defend that in different states. And quite frankly, the process is the punishment, right? Even if it doesn't make sense, even if sleeping time or going grocery shopping for healthy food, we intuitively know shouldn't be counted as hours worked. We had people trying to say that, and so we wanted in this first round of negotiations that we had with the Players Association, we raised this issue. They still did not want to be treated as hourly workers, and said you can't do it. Like, we know that you pay for our player housing, which is important to them because they don't want to. They get traded, right? They might move up a level, down a level. They don't want to have to break leases in 3 different places in a year. It's very onerous. So it's better if the club provides that benefit. So the structure just works better for their experience. When we said, okay, if that's what you want, that's fine, but you should support us when we go to state legislatures and, want to make sure that we get an exemption so we don't have to fight lawsuits in various places.
So basically, is this bill allows your CBA to be effective as salary and not allow your fellow attorneys to chase after you and say, well, if it was based on an hourly rate, they're making less than $7.25.
Correct. And even then, as I said in my testimony, I think we're very comfortable with the rate we have in, the Manchester Fisher Cats right now. The salary scale increases every year. This year it's $1,040 a week. So that would cover over 100 hours a week of actual work time. But if someone wants to say they're actually, sleeping time counts, and, I went for a run in the morning for 3 hours on my own and that counts, right? Then all of a sudden you get into a situation, well, I mean, we think we're right, but having to defend it is the problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This came about in 2015 or so because you guys got sued for.
Correct. That's what I was referring to.
Yep,
Yes.
2018, you had something done at the federal level,
Correct.
and this is because you wanted to mirror what was done at the federal level to the state level, so you are exempted, period.
The result would be the same, but the bill itself is a little bit different. The federal law passed in 2018, that's referring to the Save America's Pastime Act, which exempted minor league players as long as they make the federal minimum wage of 40 hours per week, and they meet the federal and state overtime exemption for professionals currently $684 a week. So we're currently over 50% higher than that, with the salary in New Hampshire. This bill and the similar bills that we've passed in all the other states, because as you know, the federal law sets the floor in wage and hour in the wage and hour arena, and states are free to exceed that. And so that's why we are still continuing to go state to state to make sure that we can get that same exemption, same result in all these other states that I mentioned, California, New York, where we have a lot of teams, North Carolina, things like that. So, we've so yeah, that's the purpose of it. But the bills are a little different because in the state laws, it's clear that it applies only to minor league baseball players whose compensation is set by a collective bargaining agreement, which didn't exist in 2018 because they unionized for the first time in 2023.
Follow up.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The state law also includes spring training and off-season in the CBA, or is that something different that's not covered under the FLSA?
No, this would cover everything. This would cover all work by minor league baseball players who are paid a salary, under the salary scale that's negotiated, and all their benefits and housing and all other things that I mentioned. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, are there any players who are not covered by the CBA?
No.
Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it says 1,040 in-season salary. Does that include like preseason, or do you have a preseason?
No, they get other forms of compensation during spring training. They get per diems and housing for the duration and things like that. And as I mentioned, they get health benefits year round. But the salary is it's a championship season salary.
Thanks.
Representative McKenzie, and then Representative Granger.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your appearance today. I have to admit, of all the years I've been doing this, I've never heard this come up once in this committee or in the legislature, for that matter. So, what I'm trying to figure out is when is a person actually working? So you talked about all of these, offline training sessions. You've talked about them running. You've talked about them reviewing film. So when are you coming in here asking that we, allow you to basically just set that aside, not keep track of any of those activities, and rely on the collective bargaining agreement as the sole kind of compensation for employees? Because this is you're one of thousands of workers in New Hampshire, and I don't want to get on a slippery slope, and I'm concerned about that, frankly. So tell me when they're actually working.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think the answer and the reason why we need this bill is because only a judge could decide that, right? You would have to litigate to get to a final answer on whether something is considered actual work time or not. So I think what we're really asking I think what we're really saying is that minor league players should be treated like salaried workers, where you're not keeping track of that time because the nature of their work is not similar to your typical hourly workers who are working in, a restaurant or a factory or something like that, right? These people, like I said, they get their forms of compensation in a multitude of other ways that are not typical of regular hourly workers, and plus signing bonuses when they're drafted and things of that nature. So, just like you have an hours tracking problem, you also have the problem of figuring out, well, if we were to track hours, right, and have an hourly worker structure, then all these other forms of compensation that the players prefer, you wouldn't have anymore. You would say, all right, how do I put that into wages, right? to make sure that I'm covering, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365, when you could be doing anything, on your own. So it's kind of it's a problem on both sides, both on the compensation side, and the hours tracking side. But I think they all agree, the players agreed to this structure. They know they're being compensated well above minimum wage regardless. But it's just the nature. It's really more about the nature of what they do and the problem of trying to put square pegs into round holes on.
For follow-up.
Thank you. I'm not sure if we're going to hear from the players themselves.
No, they submitted a letter, the joint letter in
But,
support that we received.
That aside, the idea that, well, let me frame it this way. Again, I've never dealt with this before. So, are you a beneficiary of all these offline kinds of activities? Do you benefit? Does a team benefit? So when they're doing all of this extra work and they're working out and throwing pitches and running around and doing that, are you the beneficiary of that?
I mean, in the loosest sense, hypothetically, possibly, but I think it's also important to remember that, the vast majority of minor league players are actually not going to make it to the major league level. And so, a lot of these, activities, yes, they're doing activities on their own time that they believe will make them better, but they may or may not, right? And they may be, doing something that's, the opposite of what their coaches or trainers are telling them to do. So I'm disregarding that advice because it's not working for me. I'm going to try this other thing, right? So not necessarily.
Thank you.
Representative Granger.
Thank you. Do you know how this would interact with federal law? So, for instance, I'm pretty sure baseball players cross state lines occasionally. We got federal law that would apply. So, is there an exemption at the federal level, or does there need to be one in order for this to work?
Yeah, no, as I was saying earlier, the Save America's Pastime Act that was passed in 2018 gives the minor league players exemption at the federal level. And New Hampshire does follow the federal law in terms of, minimum wage and overtime requirements. In the case that Representative Avalani was mentioning earlier, the judge, the San Francisco judge in that case actually decided, as it related to Florida spring training, we made the argument that that Florida followed the federal law and therefore those spring training hours should be exempt. And the judge said that, yeah, Florida follows the federal law, but because they said they follow the federal law before the Save America's Pastime Act was passed, we're not going to consider that as Florida following this particular exemption. So that would be a risk in a state like New Hampshire as well, unless your minimum wage and overtime framework has been amended to follow the federal law in all respects after 2018. So we went back to, because of that ruling, which we would have appealed, but there was no reason to, because we went back to Florida, and Florida then renewed their wage bill to follow the federal law again, which then captured the Save America's Pastime Act. So there is a complex overlay of federal and state, statutes and interplay. But at the end of the day, the federal law now and all the states that I mentioned earlier are now exempting minor league baseball players who are subject to a collective bargaining agreement, making the salary scale that's set forth in the CBA.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleague, Representative McKenzie, he's been in the union environment, I think, all his career. Unlike me, who have been, although I've been sharing an awful lot of my life, but I remember driving to like upstate New York on a salary and not getting hourly wage. So there's a little difference. But did you say there was nobody here from the Baseball Players Association?
There's nobody here from the Players Association, but I believe there's someone here from the AFL-CIO, with which the PA
We
is
know all of
affiliated.
those people.
Yes.
Question, can I get a card before you leave? Because I have an unrelated question that I'd like to ask you.
You're killing me.
No.
You're killing me.
I don't have a baseball card. I don't play. I don't have any stats.
No, it's not. It's
Are there any other questions pertinent to this testimony?
It's about the union relationship, that's all.
Okay.
I can give you I don't have a physical card, but I can give you my contact information.
And Representative McKenzie, and then
Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
You mentioned that there's been a collective bargaining agreement reached and it's in effect currently.
Yes.
Were the players aware of your initiative to, following the agreement, to come into the legislature and ask for relief?
Yes, absolutely.
And you can document that somewhere that they
Absolutely.
aware of that.
Yeah. They committed to supporting the efforts with, and that's why you have the joint letter before you.
Yeah, so let me ask a question. The joint letter here is signed by Daniel Hallam and by Bruce Meyer. Who is Bruce Meyer?
Bruce Meyer is the current head of the Major League Baseball Players Association.
Okay, so he has signed this agreeing to what you're doing.
Yes, he's the executive director of the union.
Okay, just
And
making
Dan
that
Hallam
clear.
is the deputy commissioner and my boss.
And he represents all players.
Bruce Meyer?
Yes.
Yes, he represents they have two units. They have their Major League Baseball Players unit and their Minor League Baseball Players unit, but the MLBPA represents both.
So would you consider this letter to be testimony from the Players Association
Yes,
agreeing to this proposal?
I would. Yes.
Okay. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you mentioned the fact that states set the floor of wages and that you must know that we default to the federal. We don't have our own base minimum wage. But you also mentioned states like California and New York having their own bills. And so if you're looking at the floor of wages, why wouldn't you want the same wages for your players that the states with higher floors than ours, given how expensive it is here in New Hampshire with our no minimum wage? Wouldn't the players and wouldn't the association want fairer compensation to match what California and New York's floor is, which is like double ours?
Yeah, so if I'm understanding it correctly, what the Players Association wanted and bargained for was for all minor league players at each level to receive the same level of base wages. So if you're at single A, you get X dollars. If you're at double A, you get Y dollars. At triple A, you get Z dollars. And that's the same no matter whether you play for the Manchester Fisher Cats or a team in North Carolina or California or New York. So they didn't want your compensation to be dependent on what team you might be playing for. Like I said, minor league players are transient. They get traded all the time and also get promoted or demoted. And so they didn't want that kind of disparity. And so, yes, you're absolutely right. We did start with states such as California and New York because, we have several teams there, but also because, their state wage and hour like legislative structures are far more complicated with, higher minimum wage, but also California has complex overtime rules where you can get, time and a half for working more than a certain number of hours in one day if they don't even look at the work week, or you get double time if you work even more hours. So, we wanted to, see if we can address those kinds of states first. But like I said, the wages are the same regardless of what state you play in. Did that answer your question? Yes. Okay.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'd like to call Ms. Albert, please.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Danielle Albert. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Labor, and I'm here today with Cassie Abbott, who is the department's legislative liaison. Just as a point or for starting purposes, the department has reviewed the entirety of Senate Bill 6055, the original amendment relative to employee leasing, as well as the non-germane amendment relative to minor league baseball players. We are neutral on the bill in its entirety, and I think perhaps what I'll ask is, given that there are two components to this bill, is there an area that you would prefer that we start with by focusing on?
Yes, please. Start on the base bill, 655.
Do you want to
Not
begin
the
with-
MLB part.
Not the MLB part. Okay, the employee leasing. All right. As it relates to the primary portion of the bill that is amending RSA 277B, which is the state's employee leasing statute, kind of as a summary, it's amending that statute to allow for the PEO leasing, also called a leasing company, those terms are interchangeable, and their client companies to elect whom provides workers' compensation insurance coverage in these types of relationships. I do think it could be helpful to just give a very brief overview, if you don't mind bearing with me, just so that we're all on the same page about what we're talking about. What is employee leasing and how is that regulated within the state under the statute? So in the first instance, employee leasing companies, these PEOs, they are not temporary service providers. A temp agency is a very different employment structure, not regulated under the statutory scheme set at 277B. It is a very special employment relationship codified by statute whereby a PEO who must be licensed to operate in the state, once licensed, is able to go forward and engage with client companies, enter into a contractual relationship with that client company to provide these types of HR services, whereby under the law, then these two entities become what are called co-employers. In this co-employment relationship, by statute at 277B9, are the employer obligations that each party to this relationship are responsible for providing. And that's where this amendment, I think, is really taking, or where the department understands this amendment to really be taking effect. Under current construct of the statute, at 277B9, the employee leasing company is solely responsible for paying for workers' compensation insurance coverage. Through this change, now there is the ability that once that contractual relationship is entered into, the parties may elect for the client company, should they choose, to provide that workers' compensation insurance coverage. The amendment goes on to then set forth that if the client company is elected to provide the workers' compensation insurance coverage to the leased employees, they must notify those employees that they are the employer for the purposes of workers' compensation insurance coverage, so that employees know which entity they're pursuing should an injury occur. And the PEO, the leasing company itself, is required to report a host of data to the department about the client company and the policy that's in place, so that the department is able to verify and assure quickly and easily, that we believe that would happen, that there is indeed a policy in place. The amendment, the bill also amends a couple of other areas within the leasing statute to align with the primary proposed change that I've just outlined. Those amendments include provision B10, relative to the exclusivity remedy. The exclusivity remedy under the workers' compensation statute is the provision that prevents or assures that the workers' compensation system is the one that's responsible for injuries when they occur. So if I am an injured worker and I have a workers' compensation claim, I can't sue my employer for the tortious, if it was a tortious act or something of that nature. I am bound by the workers' compensation statute and the benefits provided through there. There's language added there to assure that regardless of which entity is providing the workers' compensation insurance coverage, those provisions do apply. And they have there's also additional language solidifying and verifying that if the client company is the one elected to provide the workers' comp insurance coverage and they fail to do so, that they are subject to the penalties that are set forth in the workers' compensation statute at 281A7, and that would include the monetary penalties as well as injunctive relief that apply to all existing employers already. So we do understand the intent and the purpose of the bill as outlined. We do believe that we can regulate it as written, and with that, I am happy to take any questions should you have any.
So we'll ask questions on this first and then the other, once she finishes that testimony. Representative Alani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner. The question I have is, if the workman's compensation is going to be tailored to that job description, how, people have different classifications for codes and
Yep.
everything else.
Yeah.
If they're misclassified and workman's compensation comes in and says, well, you misclassified and we're not covering this claim, how is that going to be rectified?
That is an excellent question. So, as it would relate to misclassification, I think it would be it could potentially be fact dependent. So when we look at the provision within the leasing statute that is setting forth the requirements that each co-employer holds, it would depend on where the information about the misclassification is stemming from. So if it is the client company, so the sort of business that the PEO has engaged with is providing some kind of misinformation that results in the misclassification, I think there is a basis for the department in the course of regulating that area to pursue against the client company. I think it would be an odd scenario for a PEO to be responsible for misclassifying since they're not working day to day necessarily with those employees. But if on initiating some kind of inspection or trying to suss out if there was a concern there, it was pointing towards the PEO was misclassifying the employees, then that may be pursued against the PEO. And again, there's that that vicarious liability provision within the statute where if it's the PEO, the client may not be responsible necessarily for their bad acts and vice versa. So I think it could be very fact dependent upon who is providing the information that is resulting in the misclassification.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Representative Flanagan, sir.
Just a point of clarification, and I'm sure the Assistant Commissioner will agree. The employee is never denied coverage because of a misapplication of whatever classification they are listed as. In other words, they come in and it's an accounting thing. They just bill them more. Okay, so I think my colleague here, Representative Alavolani, was saying that the employee may not get covered. That will never happen.
Is that correct?
Again, I think it could be very fact dependent. Through this amendment, there is going to be a requirement that one or the other entity is going to have workers' compensation insurance coverage in place to cover employees. Right. Now, if an injury occurred and the insurance carrier, whomever is whichever co-employer is holding that policy, it could arguably make arguments that that's not an employee for the following reasons. That's something that could be litigated through the department's hearing process. But coverage will be in place for the leased employees through one or the other entity. And I do think, sort of roundabout and circling back for a moment, but as a clarifying point, when these PEOs become licensed to operate, because they cannot operate in the absence of a license issued by the Department of Labor, there's a whole host of licensing criteria, an application process, and a host of criteria that must be met in order for a license to issue. Part of that criteria to obtain the license includes the PEO having a workers' compensation insurance coverage policy. So this change is not going to amend or alter that requirement on licensure, and PEOs cannot engage in client relationships within the state until they are licensed. So I do think that's an important point to make. There will be as written, there should be coverage in place through one or the other entity to cover employees. Could disputes arise about whether or not someone rises to the level of an employee? Yes, I think that happens at times in workers' compensation claims, regardless of employment structure.
Seeing no further questions, can you now shift gears to MLB, please?
Yes. As previously noted, we have reviewed that non-germane amendment as well. We understand its intended purpose. We are neutral on that section also. So just sort of by way of summary, that piece of the proposed bill is adding language to 279-1, I think it's 10 is what X is. I'm very bad at Roman numerals, so please forgive me. Creating an exemption for minor league baseball players whose payment terms are covered under a CBA. So we understand that. We believe that we can regulate it. We understand the intended purpose with it. A couple of technical points that we would note, in the first instance, there could be some sense to defining what minor league baseball is. That's an undefined term. I'm guessing probably the majority of folks in this room know what that means. I'm not the most savvy with sports, so some clarity about what that is could be potentially helpful just in terms of overarching regulation. Minor league baseball is also very narrow. If the intent or idea is to expand that outwards to other forms of professional sports, that language could be tailored as well. The final thing that we would note relative to that portion of the proposed bill is that there are a handful of redundancies within it. Again, we believe we can implement and regulate it, but in the first instance, there was some questions that were raised about record keeping and timekeeping already existing in administrative law at the department's administrative regulations, specifically at 80303G. I believe there is an exemption for employers who are covered under the federal law, under the FSLA at 29 U.S. 213A. So any entity or employer who is exempted under that section of federal law is also exempt from record-keeping requirements under state law, and baseball players are all the way at the bottom of that list. So there is already an existing state exemption for the record-keeping requirements. And I do think it's important to note that because these minor league baseball players are conceptualized or going to be covered under a CBA, the department's jurisdiction to become involved, with disputes that arise out of the terms of a CBA is very limited. Federal law preempts our authority to be involved with those types of claims. So if, let's say that a compensation dispute arose, about what the terms of the compensation was or the amount of the compensation is, more likely than not, the LMRA is going to preempt our ability to go in and either regulate or resolve any kind of wage dispute. They're going to have to follow the terms that are set forth in the CBA and whatever that dispute resolution process is under the federal law. So some redundancies there, again, but it does add a clear exemption within the statute. We understand that, and we believe we can regulate it. And I'm happy to take any questions in that arena.
Representative Drago, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually might have two questions. We'll see. So it sounds like basically we're trying to make it so that people don't owe either overtime or they're not working way more hours and they're under the minimum wage. So does this by default make them a salary employee by not having to pay hourly, overtime, anything like that?
It's a really good question. I mean, it does create an exemption so that these minor league baseball players covered under a CBA are not going to meet the definition of employee for the purposes of the minimum wage statute. So it would be inapplicable.
Okay. So I guess my next question, sorry, my follow-up. Yes. So my next question would be, so last summer I learned that even though employees can be salary, you still have to pay them overtime unless they meet certain exemptions. And usually it's managerial. That's what I was told. They can hire, fire, stuff like that. But these players aren't doing that. Is this going to create a problem with them now being subject to overtime through salary?
It's an excellent question. So one of the things that I will note is that when we look at the overtime, when we look at the section of statute under the minimum wage law that does address overtime, the department's jurisdiction is incredibly limited in that area as well. Any employer who's covered by the FSLA for overtime purposes, the law defers to the FSLA, and that's regulated through the U.S. DOL. So I would be a bit hard. I would defer to U.S. DOL in that regard because I believe it more likely than not would fall under their jurisdiction as opposed to ours.
On any other questions, Representative Avalani, sir.
Thank you, again, Deputy Commissioner. Should this section be in a definition, or should this have its own section under 279.21?
That's an excellent question. Structurally, I think there is some sense to having it within the definition because it's creating an exemption to the definition. So in part, through defining what an employee is for the purposes of the state's minimum wage law, it is also outlining what it's not. You could, if the intent was to be very, very clear, add a provision under Section 2021, solidifying that. I guess I would have to see how that was crafted to determine whether or not it was redundant or not. I do see some sense in having it within the definition itself. And I think that's somewhat consistent with the way that other definitions are constructed across the department's labor laws.
Follow-up, sir.
Yeah, because it would exempt them from the minimum hourly rate and overtime if it's in a different section without having to go through the employee and then having to do all the extra work. Section 5 and 1 would be the place I would put it down the road if there comes an issue with this, where it's placed.
I think that could work. I'd have to look at it, and I'd have to have Section 5 in front of me. I'm doing it a bit from memory.
Okay.
But I do think that if an individual is not meeting the definition of employee for the purposes of 279, then that's not going to apply throughout the sections of it will drive the analysis under the remaining provisions under 279. But I could see sense in clarifying that through additional sections. I'd have to see how it was crafted to determine whether we had a concern with it or not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Very welcome.
Is there anyone else that would like to testify to SB 655? Seeing none, I close the hearing on SB 655. And we are a little bit behind schedule. My apologies, but that was a great discussion. Thank you. What's that? Yeah,
Doing 88 now.
doing 88. Senator McHugh, are you introducing 88 or are you introducing 416?
I'll be doing 88.
Okay. And you are, I'm sorry.
Grandpa in the center.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Bossy, if you could come on up, introduce yourself. And Representative Drago, if you could change the sign out. So if you introduce yourself, and we're looking for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Creighton, members of the committee. My name is Grant Bossy. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff of the New Hampshire Senate, and I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 88 on behalf of Senator Regina Birdsall, the bill's prime sponsor. This bill would simply codify current practice in state law that state projects should not mandate a project labor agreement. It does not ban a project labor agreement if that's what the contractor wants or negotiates. However, other states that have mandated them have seen costs go up and employees flee. One of those states is Massachusetts, and we welcome them to the state of New Hampshire. State construction projects often require a bidder to have a labor agreement in bid for a project, and that eliminates 90% of the potential construction labor force. When they're mandated by government, project labor agreements increase the cost of construction by up to 20%. This bill would be applicable to state government or state-funded projects, not municipal projects and not private sector contracts. Senator Birdsall says taxpayers would benefit when agreements are privately negotiated between contractors and laborers, and the potential bidders are not artificially limited. This bill would would not prevent contractors from privately entering into a PLA. Senator Birdsall believes government-mandated PLAs invalidate privately negotiated union labor contracts, and are replaced with set terms and conditions from the state government. After passage of the American Recovery Act and the Inflation Recovery Act, there was language in there that implied that project labor agreements were required, but that was not the case. And we've seen from neighboring states such as Massachusetts that PLAs will drive up costs, hurting taxpayers and limiting the state's labor force. Senator Birdsall, thanks you for your consideration of Senate Bill 88. I would defer questions to those advocates behind me who want to testify on this bill.
All right, sir. I appreciate you introducing this bill, and we'll move forward.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Long from Alton Bay. Thank you. If you could turn on your mic, please. And state your name and affiliation, and then we'd love to hear your testimony. Thank you.
Dear Mr. Chairman Creighton and the House Labor Committee members, my name is Tim Long. I'm 62 years old and have been in the New Hampshire building industry for 40 years and involved with state work for the last 33 years. I've been a resident of Alton Bay for the past 7 years and have been living in New Hampshire since 1985. My wife Maggie and I raised our family in Bedford for 33 of the last 40 years. And as a young man, I quickly realized that New Hampshire was the land of opportunity as compared to where I was raised and educated only one state away. I'm the owner and president of Meridian Construction Corporation, located in Guilford, New Hampshire. I started my company in 1993 and built one of New Hampshire's most respected bondable construction companies in the state. We built our systems and procedures around the state's administrative requirements and have always been known to deliver the best outcomes as a qualified, responsible, low bidder. I currently have 30 employees who are very well trained, well paid, and well cared for. Today, I'm proud to report that my retention rate currently sits at 10.4 years per employee and has been as high as 16.5 years per employee. Every year, our New Hampshire workforce, along with a multitude of New Hampshire-based subcontractors, complete 7 to 10 projects, adding tens of millions of dollars to the New Hampshire economy. Over the last 33 years, we've successfully added to, renovated, and built approximately 100 or more state-owned buildings across New Hampshire, working with New Hampshire DAS, DOT, and Bureau of Public Works. Just to mention a few projects that you might be familiar with, I'm currently in the LOB renovating the space that you're all going to be going back to. Scheduled to be completed later this year. In 2024, we replaced roofs in Concord and Plymouth. In 2023, we built Bristol and Orford salt sheds. 2022, we've started and completed, in 2024 actually, Newington Turnpike Maintenance Facility on Route 16. 2020, we did the Manchester Army and Battle Lab. 2019, we went up to Lisbon and built the Highway Maintenance Facility. 2017, we did New Hampshire Liquor Commission warehouse a warehouse to office conversion here in Concord. So as a builder, I'm all for policies that ensure fair competition, protect taxpayers, and equality for all New Hampshire contractors and workers. I came here today instead of my normal site visits because a yes on SB 88 is so important. It is about fairness and about protecting tax dollars. I'm here because I want to prevent government from forcing an open shop company to impose a union onto its culture, just as much as I want to prevent government from forcing a union operation to go open shop. I bet we can all agree, regardless of where we stand on labor issues, we can agree that public work should be awarded to qualified bonded New Hampshire contractors and workers, and that all should have a fair chance. In closing, as one of hundreds of qualified construction firms in New Hampshire, employing thousands of granite staters, I respectfully ask for your support for SB 88. In the live free or die state, we should hold on to the freedom to choose our workforce and our workforce to choose us. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming in. I appreciate you taking the time off. Your
Thank you.
testimony is
Thank you, folks.
important. And Mr. Gula from Hillsborough, please.
Sorry, that's the 416.
Gotcha. Thank you. And Mr. Lutes? Luder. There you go. Gotcha.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the committee. My name is Darrell Luder. I am the president of Fulcrum Associates. I have submitted my testimony electronically previously, so apologize I don't have copies of it today. I'm not going to read directly from it, but I want to give you a little bit of background on who I am and who we are and what it means to operate in the state of New Hampshire. Second generation family owned and operated construction company, merit shop company, been in business since 1989. My dad started the company. I have worked just about every single position in our organization. I started when I was 13 years old. So I've been in construction my entire life. So I know what it is to build in New Hampshire, and I'm proud to have that experience and background. I'm sitting here today because I'm supporting SB 88, not as something that takes something away from anybody, but provides the integrity that we have as a state and our industry as constructors to be able to compete for what it is that we do. For us, it's an incredibly important component of our careers. I sit here today with a direct competitor, Tim, who we've just heard from, but we stand alongside each other as industry leaders. So we feel it is inherently important to make sure that we can preserve that as we move forward. My son is actually going to be starting with me this summer as a laborer, so technically third generation, which I'm incredibly proud of. But SB 88 helps to preserve our culture and our way of life, our philosophies as a general contractor in the state. And also it respects our ability to operate our business the way we see fit. We don't feel that a PLA should be imposed on any state project, especially in this climate, this economic climate, where you're talking about trying to get the most out of your taxpayer dollars, myself included. And SB 88 would help protect that efficiency of funds in the state on public projects. So that in mind, preserving a competitive landscape and allowing qualified constructors and bidders to be a part of the construction process with the state, and to also allow for taxpayer dollars to be spent as responsibly as possible is why I'm supporting SB 88. So I appreciate your time.
Are there any questions? Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for coming in and taking questions.
Thank you for having me.
Presenting. I don't know that, I mean, I built my own house, but I don't know much about the construction business that you guys are in. How many are limited of these contracts? In other words, how many of these contracts are you not allowed to bid on because of the restriction of the PL, whatever it is?
Currently, we're not seeing any, but this is what we're concerned about, that one would be imposed in the future that would prohibit us from bidding on these projects.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
In the past, how often did you?
Have not encountered one yet.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Leclerc, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Reuter. Is your son over 16? Because I would hate to send a DOL after, because you started at 13 years old. So
It was a different time. Yes, we're covered. We're good.
all right, because the deputy commissioner is over here, and
No, I've already checked all the boxes on that one. We're good.
Just making sure. All right, thank you.
I got you. All right, sir. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
And Josh Reap, please, from Candia.
Good morning, committee members. Good morning, Chairman. My name's Josh Reap. I am the President and CEO of Associate Builders and Contractors. We are an organization that has been around nationally for 75 years, over 40 years here in New Hampshire. We work with about 300 companies here in the Granite State that employ thousands of people directly as open shop contractors. We believe in maintaining fairness in construction. We also, a lot of our contractors perform public work. As you heard from a couple of the guys over my shoulder here, they build also commercial projects, hospitals, churches, schools, you name it. There's probably not a building here in New Hampshire that one of our members hasn't had a hand in doing, including a lot of public state work. We are committed as an association to help our contractors better develop their people, win work, and deliver that work ethically and safely for the betterment of our communities. We also help contractors when it comes to workforce development. We have many apprenticeship programs. We have as well as craft training programs that we do as well outside of a registered apprenticeship. And those are going strong. But what I want to talk about a little bit with you today is project labor agreements in general. And for us, when a PLA is negotiated by a contractor privately, that's fine. That's their business. That's how that works well for them. That's their business. But when it comes to when government comes in and imposes these requirements, that's where it becomes problematic. You remove certain efficiencies from the conversation. When you remove a contractor from the ability to have a seat at the table to negotiate that PLA by having government do it for them, you're removing certain efficiencies and imposing certain procedures and work rules that don't always necessarily work for contractors. That's why some of the guys over here won't bid on those jobs if there is a PLA that comes into play. A study from 2021 by Dr. John McGowan, formerly of St. Louis University, highlighted that merit shop contractors on PLA projects could potentially lose actually if there's a PLA involved, because a lot of their fringe benefits will stay with the labor hall unless it's negotiated differently, but typically it stays with the labor hall. So in our situation, by limiting the mandatory use of PLAs, again, government mandated PLAs, SB 88 can ensure a level playing field in the procurement taxpayer funded projects, allowing granted staters to benefit from the highest quality construction at the most competitive pricing as we enjoy today. The economic impact of PLAs can be significant. They reduce competition, can increase costs, and studies have indicated from time to time that they do increase projects as much as 20% compared to non-PLA bid projects of similar size and scope. Consequently, there are 22 other states that have already banned mandatory PLAs, and New Hampshire would be the latest in that lineup to understand that, yes, we don't want to impose inefficiencies on our public work projects. In addition to those stats, I just want to point out a couple quick things in particular about this legislation. SB 88 applies only to state projects, not municipal ones. It simply says the state cannot discriminate in its contracting processes based on a contractor's labor or non-labor status. Again, it's leaving it up to the contractor and their qualified workforce to work out those details. Second, the bill doesn't mandate the use of PLAs or ban them if the contractor chooses to do that privately. So again, this is the free market principle of letting the private sector give the state the benefit of the best maximized efficient bid they can do. On the contrary, it simply leaves the labor management decisions to the parties that are best able to determine their needs, the contractors and their workforce. In our opinion, this approach contrasts to what you've been seeing quite a bit in Massachusetts and other places that have been exploring using compulsory PLAs on projects. In places like Maine, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, the conversation came up in the past, well, we don't do PLAs. Why do we need this sort of thing? Well, quite frankly, a lot of times we consider policies every day that aren't necessarily for today, but are built for the future. And that's what we're talking about today. We're talking about preserving the efficiencies and free market principles of New Hampshire's way of doing business. The reality is, when it's in other states that have had that question in the past have not passed a bill like this. The reality is today, look at what happens. Massachusetts, Maine, and others now have a lot of mandatory project labor agreements on public work projects. And that is in part increased costs and driven contractors to look elsewhere to do work. So if anything, I would just say SB 88 reflects an important policy position that can resonate beyond our state's borders for the benefit of our economy and support of fundamental fairness. We are rightly proud at being the beacon of free enterprise and free economic opportunity here in New England. Passing SB 88, we reject the failed policies in other states that are to our southern border, and we renew that New Hampshire advantage by protecting the current effective methods and practices of state public procurement. SB 88 simply will promote economic growth and safeguard for the future of our economic opportunities that we seek out. So I ask you, please support SB 88 in terms of fairness. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take
All
any
right, sir.
questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Leclerc.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. Do you know the 22 states that have similar laws? Do you know if they line up with right to work states?
I don't believe all of them do line up with the right to work. Right to work is a very separate issue from this. If anything, this would be government saying you can't take away a union's right to collectively bargain with their contractor on public work. So if anything, it protects the right of unionized workers as much as it non-union in terms of the employer-employee relationship, because it keeps government out of that equation.
Okay. Can I just follow
Please.
please? Do you know if Davis-Bacon is in any of these states?
I think Davis-Bacon is in a few of those states. I don't know specifically by each state. I can get the information if you'd like it.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be awesome.
Sure.
Thanks so much.
Representative Granger, and then Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you don't mind a language in the bill question, the prime sponsor wasn't here. Normally I'd reserve them for them, but
Sure.
On page 2, line 4, Roman numeral 3, the head of a governmental entity may exempt a contract-related document or grant from the requirements of paragraphs 1 or 2 as applicable if the government entity finds that the important part here, exemption is necessary to avert an imminent threat to public health or safety. Do you know why that's in there? Do you know why that's in there? What that might be referring to?
I can't speak specifically for the. I could say in general, sometimes there are very rare cases where you may have a situation where there's an absolute need to have certain certain structural things put in place in a contract, and that may be what they're alluding to. I just don't have that answer for you. I'm sorry.
All right, thanks.
Sure.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, sir, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Ciotti from Bedford. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, esteemed committee members, for indulging my testimony in support of Senate Bill 88. I'm here a little bit different than the testimony.
I'm sorry, could you just clarify your name and affiliation for the record? Thank you.
Ron Ciotti. I'm here as a taxpayer, not here as a contractor. I have been a 35-year resident here in this state. I currently live in Bedford. I am a little bit different than just your normal taxpayer in the fact that I'm a construction attorney. And I'm also a little bit different in the fact that I represent not only literally hundreds of contractors in this state, but I've also represented the state. I've also represented municipalities in their projects. I also represent contractors all over the country. In fact, I think all but I think 3 states in the entire nation. And I also represent both union and merit shop companies. That's pretty significant here because I think the whole crux of the bill that's before you is the fact that it's not a union-based bill. It's not a merit shop-based bill. This is a bill that asks for that we maintain open and fair competition in the construction industry. And the reason I'm here as a taxpayer is because I intimately get to see just how much PLAs end up costing taxpayers around the nation for those states that have been that have not banned PLAs and have applied PLAs to projects and watch those projects increase their costs and the taxpayers take it. I don't want to get hit by that. I'm a taxpayer in New Hampshire. I've seen what happens on these projects. I've seen what happens on these projects across the nation. And it doesn't make any sense to me as a taxpayer. It doesn't make any sense to me as a construction attorney who's seen thousands of projects, both non-PLAs and those that have PLAs on them. And as a result of that, I'm here testifying on behalf of Senate Bill 88 because I love the state of New Hampshire and I want to keep it the way it has been without any PLAs on projects so that we can continue to have projects at a proper bid rate and a proper cost rate and not with artificial restrictions placed on those bidders that can bid on those projects, which end up popping up the price and either doing one of two things, increasing my taxes or eliminating projects that should have gone forward. And with that, I'll keep my testimony short, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Please.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Representative Granger, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you hear my last question? Do you know the answer to that in regards to page 2, Roman numeral 3?
I actually don't. I unfortunately, I listened to the question intently because I was wondering what it was going to be relating to the language. I was not, just so you all know, I was not an author or involved in the authorship of this bill. So I'm not exactly sure, and I don't want to, it would literally be a guess, and I'd rather not do that. It's inappropriate.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Representative McKenzie.
Good to see you again. We've met before. I think what I'm concerned about, I want you to, if you could respond to this, that there have been a lot of claims that have been made relative to project labor agreements, the expense of them, the way it dampens competition within the state. But nobody has come before us and said this project and this project and this project, and nobody has come before us and said that the advantages of getting project labor agreements, there are advantages to having them. in cases where you're building big projects, and so what, instead of anecdotal, I would wish somebody would come before us and present evidence that shows, in fact, project labor agreements are, in fact, driving costs up, dismantling local people. So that my question is, so that's my first question. Can you provide information or evidence that shows that project labor agreements do what the majority of the people who contractors have come in and said? Can you provide any evidence to show that?
Yeah, I think we can, and we're happy to provide that to the committee.
For a follow-up question.
We have that information.
Can you provide us a list of who you represent in terms of the industry? Do you represent the Associated General Contractors?
I do not.
Do you, ABC? No?
I do not.
Okay.
I am a representative of both, but do not represent either at this time. And I represent both because a lot of my clients are part of both of those organizations. But I do want to make clear that a lot of my clients are also union-based. I am not here representing the AGC, I'm not here representing the ABC, and I'm not here representing any of my clients. I'm not wearing an orange badge because I am not a lobbyist. I'm here because I'm a taxpayer, and I don't want to see my taxes increased and or lose any projects for the state. And I do believe that the information that we'll provide does show that PLAs do increase project costs. I've seen it my own self, and as a result of that, I do not want this state to incur what I've seen across the nation and other states that have not passed this type of similar bill.
For another follow-up.
I'd be very interested in getting that, but let me ask you this question.
Please.
You're saying you're here as a private citizen,
That's correct.
and yet you have clients all throughout the industry.
That's correct.
And does your testimony help you in terms of your business relationships going forward?
I would, no, that I'll actually accept that. I figured somebody might ask that question. The answer is maybe not. I represent clients in all aspects of the industry. Like I said, I represent contractors that are open shop and those that are union. I'm not here to benefit some of my clients versus others. I actually think all contractors in this case neither benefit nor have a detriment. It just makes for open and fair competition. It's not saying union contractors can't bid on certain projects. It's saying all contractors that are qualified should bid on projects. It's not artificially restricting some. And so as far as that goes, I don't mind getting asked that question because the answer is I'm not here representing a contractor. I'm representing Ron Ciotti as a taxpayer. That's it.
Mr. Chair, I just want to apologize if I was out of line.
Thank you. Apology.
I didn't take it that way, and I didn't, and I have no problem with the question.
Representative Leclerc.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. You're saying that everything, has been going along fine. Is there any reason that we should even have this? Is there any, if everything's going smooth and everything's fine, what's the purpose of this in general?
It's to ensure that it continues. We want to continue to ensure that we have open and fair competition in this state. The fact of the matter is those states, I'm sure, those states that ended up having PLAs brought into their state were going fine up until the time PLAs began being implemented on certain projects. I just want to make sure that we don't do that, and I think Senate Bill 88 is a strong bill for that.
Quick follow-up, please.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if there's a bill coming that is going to require PLAs?
I'm not aware of that now.
So it's, all right, just kind of, it just sounds like kind of a problem looking for, problem looking for a solution.
Fair enough. Seeing no further questions, thanks for taking your time and come on in. You good? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and full committee. Thank you.
And Mr. Katrubis from Bow.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony this morning. My name is Alex Katrubis. I'm here on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire, commonly known as AGC. We are here in support of this legislation. We are a statewide construction trade association representing general contractors, subcontractors, suppliers, professional service firms who are involved in building and maintaining public and private infrastructure throughout our state. Our members employ thousands of New Hampshire workers who deliver projects ranging from local roads and bridges to schools, hospitals, and water systems. Our membership does include companies operating under different labor models. We do represent union shops and we do represent open shop contractors, although I will say the vast majority, probably upwards of 90% of our members are open shop. We do have some union contractors in our membership. But we're all united under the principle that you've heard from all the speakers this morning, is that if you are an open shop, you shouldn't be prohibited from bidding on any state contract. You shouldn't be penalized for that. It should be open to everyone. It should be the firms that have the best qualifications, the best price, the best experience. Speed is another thing. I think about the Memorial Bridge project. The contractor that was awarded Memorial Bridge was actually not the lowest cost, but they were able to get the project done the quickest. So there's a lot of different factors that go into awarding state contracts. We just don't think that whether you're a union or not should weigh into that factor. It should be open to everyone. And again, the vast majority of New Hampshire contractors are open shop. So therefore, having a prohibition like this would restrict a lot of folks' abilities to bid on these projects. So that's why that we support this legislation. I do agree that it hasn't been an issue, but there's probably a lot of bills you've seen this session where we pass things to ensure stability in the future. But historically, New Hampshire hasn't used PLAs, and we want that to continue because we feel that it's the best policy for the state and for the contracting industry. So that's really the rest of my testimony, Mr. Chairman, has already been said. I'm happy to submit it to you, to the clerk, so it can be in the record. Happy to answer any questions. I know you're a little behind, so there's no need for me to reiterate what has already been said, but
I
we do
appreciate you
support the
doing that.
legislation. Thank you
Absolutely.
very much.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you cover things that haven't been said? For instance, page 2, Roman numeral 3.
I don't know why that's there. The way I can't speculate why it's there, but as I read it, it gives the state agency an out where, so you might want to leave it in there for some flexibility. I don't know. I was thinking in my chair because I thought you might ask me. I can't think of a scenario where it would be necessary to do that, but as I read it, it gives the state agency, the commissioner, the executive branch some flexibility if there's some kind of an emergency, but I don't know why that was placed in there.
Thank you.
Right. And sir, do you have
I can answer that.
please? And if you could restate your name. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you all.
And
We got his testimony. Thanks, sir.
and yeah, do you have your testimony there?
Oh, yes. Let me give it.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you could restate your name, affiliation.
Sure. Josh Reap, Associated Builders and Contractors. I believe after rereading it and processing a little bit, I believe it relates to like if there's like the federal government's going to do what the federal government does, and if there's like a FEMA emergency or something like that, that may say like that administration says you have to have a PLA to access that money. It's a carve out to allow the state to say, okay, we can comply with the other statutes that are compulsory in this rare instance where there might be a requirement by the feds to put a PLA on like FEMA funding or something to that effect that could come down the road. Because we've seen some administrations in the past use PLAs on federal procurement. So that's what that exemption is for.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Albert, you guys are on testimony. Okay. All right. Seeing no further pink cards. You have a pink card? Did I not see it? Oh, okay, great. Thanks. And Mr. Rapp, please.
Thank you, guys. My name is Alan Raff, and I'm here representing the New Hampshire AFL-CIO, and we're here to oppose SB 88. let me ask you, this is rhetorical, obviously, I'm not asking you questions, but you think that we should pass laws so that we can ensure that there aren't skyscrapers built in Canterbury? Talking about building. Probably not, because there has never been a skyscraper in Canterbury, and I doubt very much so that there will be a skyscraper built in Canterbury, let alone 2 or 3 or others. So would you believe that in the entire state history of New Hampshire, ever, that there has never been a state project PLA, ever? So, as Representative Leclerc had stated, this seems to us to be a solution in search of a problem. And also, just for clarification, I would like to state that project labor agreements don't necessarily equal union. That's a common misconception. A project labor agreement is just an economic proficiency tool, essentially, that you could have union contractors, you could have non-union contractors bid under a PLA. A lot of times, a project labor agreement's used because it will make sure that local people are hired on the job, that the contractor is ensuring that his employees are getting health insurance or that they're covered for injuries on the job. Additionally, I would say that, I don't think companies like Walmart and Toyota would use project labor agreements on their projects if they thought they were too costly or they wouldn't come in on time. They use them because usually they come in under budget. The contractors have the staff and the workers to be able to staff big projects, and because they come in on time. Again, I don't think this bill is necessary. Kind of overregulation. We never had one. I doubt we'll ever see one. Be nice for us and for workers in New Hampshire to have one, but I don't see it happening, and it never has. So with that, I would conclude. Thank you.
Okay, good. Any questions, Representative Sullivan? Oh, waving to the peanut gallery. Waving to your fan base? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. So from your perspective, what is the downside to this legislation?
I mean, over legislating? I mean, I don't think I've heard a couple of the testimony in favor of the bill saying that this isn't a problem and that it hasn't been, and that things were going the way that they were. I don't know, unintended consequences. Like I said, strictly from taking the union hat off and my AFL-CIO hat off, there are situations where project labor agreement could be used to hire veterans, to hire specific workers in a town or city that is really needs work. So these are tools that could be used, and you could even have a project labor agreement that had nothing to do with unions at all. So it's just a tool that I don't think needs to be taken out. But honestly, that's my feeling.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. So if this bill did the opposite of what it does, so for instance, if it mandated project labor agreements, would the AFL-CIO support it?
I don't think so. I don't think that it's necessary for us to mandate. Honestly, what it should be is it should be the best price and cost to the taxpayer and the best workers and the best product that you can have from a contractor. And I think you'll see on projects, I hope that we do get these projects from the witness prior that was saying that they always go over budget. But there are projects or studies from UCLA, from Cornell, that show that these projects often are high quality and that they last longer when they're done under project labor, union or non-union, but that these people are, the workers are sourced, they're trained, they're the best quality workers and the best quality product being sourced. But thank you. Question.
And Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I think I've seen previously something requiring the use of a company that has an apprenticeship program.
Yeah.
Isn't that something that almost everybody would agree on was a good thing to do?
Yeah, yes, I have seen that. Sometimes that is a part of a project labor agreement. And again, this apprenticeship programs don't necessarily have to be union either. It could be a training program that's non-union, and you're just training up folks who will later be in the trades, whether that's in a union shop or not.
Thank you.
Representative Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr. Raff. I hear a lot that the union projects are typically priced higher, and I would agree with that, but would you think that the reason for that is because the pay is a little bit better and the benefits are a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, I can't, hypothetically speaking, yes, absolutely. I think that, we're talking about like I said, retirement, pensions, healthcare, injury on the job, the training, the workers would actually have been trained up. They would probably be the best in their field, as we like to say that our apprentices in the union world are. But yes, I think that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And also when you have overruns, and sorry, I apologize.
No.
Or when you have overruns on timing and staffing requirements aren't met because you can't source enough of those workers, you end up going over budget anyway to the tune of probably more money to, in this case, a taxpayer or a company that's trying to build something big. If you're, 2 months behind schedule, like we see in the building in Manchester on Central Street that's now been supposed to have been built for about a year, I'm sure that they're running over costs that if they had, had people who could do the job on time and in the time scale that they had said they could, they wouldn't be spending as much money. They would have actually probably saved money.
So just a quick follow-up.
For follow-up, yes, sir.
So basically, a PLA just kind of does that, just kind of helps the employees really, because whether union or not, because it just makes sure, like you said, that hopefully that everybody has health insurance, maybe a little bit better pay. So
yeah, and that's actually the crux of it, is that you could be a union, non-union contractor, you can be any contractor. It would just say that these the contractor who's bidding this project, the workers who are working for him have to make sure that they have health care, have to make sure that their X, Y, and Z are done for them as workers on that job.
And Representative McKenzie.
So we've heard a lot from people today that about the impact that project labor agreements have. I haven't heard the people who've testified have actually had project labor agreements and ever worked with them. But it'd be good if we could get somebody from your organization to explain to this committee what a project labor agreement actually is and how they work and the benefits of them, and to bring the people who are actually in the trenches doing these kinds of agreements so that explain to this committee, because and I hope you can produce that.
Yeah. I could give you I can provide the committee with information on PLAs that are objective and not from unions. There are academic studies on them. They're just general definitive, this is what a project labor agreement is, this is what it usually entails, and even some examples of projects that have been project labor agreement projects and ones that haven't, and we're going to get ones hopefully that also show that maybe they're overpriced in some places, but I'm happy to provide that to the committee.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cahill, sir.
Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Mr. Raff. It sounds like this project labor agreement has some of the benefits, similarities of the employee leasing, in that someone is just sort of managing it for you. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, it's so that workers don't get left behind, so that they aren't screwed when something bad happens on the job, or so that they can be, there's guarantees. And I'm not saying that these contractors who don't, who are not for this bill are screwing their employees at all. I'm saying that this makes sure that nothing happens to them, that they're provided for, that there's a workers' compensation policy, that they have proper insurance. You have contractors sometimes who aren't properly insured, and then somebody gets hurt on the job, and then guess what? It ends up costing the project developer more money. It ends up costing the contractor more money. In this case, if we had them in the state, it would cost the state more money, the federal government, whoever it is. So it's really like making sure that none of that happens from the get-go, or not, nothing's impossible, but trying to minimize those kind of things from happening and making sure that the workers are taken care of in the best way possible.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, sir, thank you for stepping up. I appreciate you coming in.
No, thank you.
Okay, now, seeing no more pink cards on SB 88, I close the hearing on SB 88 and open the hearing on SB 416. Senator McHugh, you've been waiting for us patiently. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're uncharacteristically behind. Thank you, sir.
Baseball. I blame baseball.
What's this? Okay, here you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Is it still morning? For a little bit longer. Good morning,
Members of the committee, it's really nice to be here today. For the record, my name is State Senator Tim McHugh. I represent Merrimack, Amherst, Milford, and Wilton. And I'm here to talk to you about an actual problem that needs an actual solution. And it's one of fairness for both sides. You will hear today from workers, tipped workers, and their employers. And you're going to hear some very interesting stories, personal stories, things that I couldn't have possibly dreamed up that affect these people's real lives. So let's be incredibly clear at the outset. If you earn a tip, it's your money. It's never your employer's money. That's under current statute and in FLSA. Everybody follow that so far? Okay, I know this committee is a real expert on it, but I do want to go over a couple of the intricacies because the New Hampshire tipped wage law has evolved over the years from a relatively simple set of passages in statute to an incredibly complex one that I hear about from my nieces, nephews, godchildren who work in the service industries in various places. And it's very difficult to navigate from one employer to another. At times it's unfair. At times, shift to shift, day to day, the policy is different. And in my opinion, that's terribly difficult for a tipped employee. So just to reiterate, when they earn a tip, it's their money. They don't have an obligation to give a certain percentage unless the whole crew agrees on that. And that might change from a morning shift to an evening shift, a Wednesday night shift to a Friday or Saturday night shift. This issue has come forward from both industry and workers as part of our $5 billion economic sector. It's $5 billion, 68,000 jobs statewide, 9,000 tipped employees. It's a massive number of people affected by this that rely on these tips. That's why we have to solve this problem. And you're going to hear some of the details from folks behind me. But the federal tipping law, by contrast to our law, is much more clear. And it does talk about tip pooling and tip sharing. And I believe this committee is very familiar. But for anybody else behind me or watching that's not, tip pooling is one thing, tip sharing is another. One is where the employee, they put all their money, they agree. First of all, tip pooling never occurs unless the employees all agree under our statute and under federal statute, FLSA. So that's not going to change. That has to be an agreement by the group of employees. Right now, that happens most commonly, and it's fairly rare. It happens most commonly at an event where everybody works every table, like a banquet or a wedding or some kind of reception. So they agree up front they're going to pool tips because it's kind of hard to figure out who did what where. It also happens when there are multiple bartenders behind a bar and everybody's in and out of the register. So all the tips kind of go in one pool and the bar decides they'll pool their tips like that. And that, again, it has to be their decision. It's their money. So just so we're clear, it's their money. Tip sharing is different. Tip sharing is when the waitress works hard or waiter works hard, any service staff, runner, any tipped employee works hard all shift and then wants to reward the people that help them be successful during their shift. So they want to reward the bartender with X amount of dollars, percentage, however they choose. Again, it's their choice. With a tip, 5% to the bar, 5% to the runner, whatever it is they want to do. And maybe they have a bartender that's taken especially good care of them, and they want to give them an extra $5. That tip pooling is often not traditional, but it's often an agreement by the group. This bill would allow an employer to set that policy so that they don't have multiple different arrangements throughout the week or even the day or even a given event. And you'll hear some stories about that. So at least the transparency makes it fair for both sides, in my opinion. And it's the policy decision for the committee. But in a nutshell, that is what happens. This bill will harmonize the state and federal law and make it so that an employer can be transparent. Again, they never get the money. They cannot use the money, and they absolutely cannot use the money, the tipped money. First of all, they can't use it at all because it's not theirs. And they most certainly cannot use it to subsidize one part of the operation. For instance, if you have a pizza shop, and this is a real story that I heard when I researched this bill, a busy pizza shop where there's a group of employees who are answering the phone, taking the pickup orders or takeout orders. And when the person comes in, they spin the iPad around, they get a tip. If they've entered their number when they took the order, they get the tip. What we don't want to see happen and can't happen under the law is for the employer to take that money and essentially subsidize the cooks or the dishwashers or whatever. That kind of shifting is not allowed, and in my opinion, wouldn't be fair. We don't want to see wages depressed in some other department because front of the house has a different type of arrangement. So that's it in a nutshell. Happy to take questions. The bill is relatively simply written because it just refers to federal law. Sorry, I didn't bring copies. Somebody behind me might have them, copies of the federal law, because it's useful to take a look at that, I think.
Schultz, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you emphasize the fact that this is a voluntary agreement between the servers, correct?
If you're referring to current
Okay.
current law, or it's essentially both. Before and after, it would be voluntary. The difference is that if this bill passes or in some form passes, and I understand there is an amendment that it was a great catch, and we'll have a little technical correction. But before and after, it's voluntary. After the bill passes, if it does, the employer can be transparent and say, here's what we do every day at this establishment. And if it's a tip pool, the employees still have to agree to that. If it's a tip share, they can say our policy here at Applebee's, or I'm just making that up, is we would like the each group to get a certain percentage. And so the employees have input and know about that in advance. That's the idea, is to make it a little more fair so it's not a moving target.
I do have a follow-up, but I mean.
Okay. Representative Schultz. Or stop, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. The bill seeks to repeal all of the state regulations regarding tipped workers and replace it with the federal in total. Is that correct?
Correct. That's
Okay.
right. And much of it is the same, but it's simpler in the FLSA language.
May I ask a follow-up?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm looking at section 531.54, which is the tipped pooling regulations. And I'm looking at section C, and it talks about tip credit, which is, we pay the wage of $3.27 an hour to a tipped worker, and if for some reason nobody comes in that day, then the employer is required to bring them up to the minimum wage, which in New Hampshire is $7.25. So now this section, although you've said voluntarily, this section says that an employer may require an employee for whom the employer takes a tip credit to contribute tips to a tip pool only if it's limited to employees who customarily and regularly receive tips. Does that sound voluntary to you?
So yes, it does. The employer will promulgate that policy with input from the employees, and I think you'll hear from both sides on that issue specifically. But
Follow up? Yeah. May I? And how
Yeah,
will you?
I'm sorry, did you finish your answer?
sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
For a follow-up?
how will we guarantee that happens?
The enforcement mechanisms that are already in statute, and sorry, I can't cite them chapter or verse, but they do exist, and I know the Department of Labor is here as well.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's probably, both of those questions are good questions for them too, just to ask them again and get their input.
Representative Kale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator. Doesn't the adoption of this legislation take the New Hampshire DOL out of this? The enforcement, they can do wage and hour, but I mean, they would be excluded from getting involved in the tip sharing. And I don't know that the U.S. DOL is going to bulk up hiring to handle the many complaints that will still continue.
Thank you, Representative, for your question. I can't speak to the hiring practices of the United States Department of Labor. The New Hampshire Department of Labor can provide you probably a better answer for that. But I can tell you what we heard in prior testimony is it's one of the most often challenging things for an employer to comply with. They want to comply, but it's, and you'll, I think you'll hear at least one or two stories we did on the other side of the wall on how they really did their level best, work with the department, and then there was, I think, an administration change, and they still got fined.
Follow up?
So it was simply because of the complexity of it. So we're trying to eliminate that and protect the employees.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm all in on the complexity of it, and would you believe that when we passed SB 269 a couple of years ago, I offered some guidance to help the industry so that they could do exactly most of what you're trying to do. I think it's crazy that they couldn't discuss tip sharing, tip pooling, or that they couldn't that they had to pay taxes on the service charge. And I think the service charge, they should have just called it something else because that led to further confusion. But I did listen to the testimony in the Senate committee, and I was shocked that with such a complex issue and the testimony on both sides, very convincing, that bang, 10 minutes later, you voted on it. I would have thought this would require more, and I'm glad it's here because this is the body where we do the study. I think interim study would be a good motion.
I'm sorry, was there a question? Yeah.
There was no question.
And the answer is no.
And we're working on that. Representative Sullivan, sir.
Thank you. I also watched the Senate hearing, and one of the things that you testified to at the Senate hearing was that early on you attempted to modify the current statute.
Correct.
It didn't work.
There was discussion. Thank you for your comment.
And basically what I'd like to know is what problems specifically were you trying to address with your proposed modification?
So that's a great question. Thank you for that, Representative. There was discussion in the early stakeholder meetings, drafting of the bill prior to being introduced, on how to solve the problem. And there were two fundamental approaches considered. One was to modify the already complex and ever evolving tip laws in New Hampshire. And the other was to adopt what's tried and true at the federal level and more simple for both sides to implement and understand. That was the way the Senate chose to go. This committee may have a different opinion. And secondly, you asked what parts of the New Hampshire law were we attempting to fix?
Basically, you said you're trying to solve the problem. What's the problem?
Oh, I'm sorry if I didn't clearly state it at the beginning of my testimony. The problem is simple. It's very, very difficult for tipped employees to understand how much of their tips they're going to get to keep day to day, shift to shift. It could be morning and afternoon. It could be one event to the next. They could literally work a baby shower in the morning and a wedding reception in the afternoon and have two completely different policies. And it's very, very difficult for employers and employees to get that right. So we'd like to make it simple. So people the 9,000 tipped employees out of the 60-some thousand jobs can reliably understand what they're facing each day. And it's not, oh, this is the crew that always works Fridays and I never work Fridays. So they may agree to pool tips, and these are real examples, and I think you'll hear multiple real examples. They may agree to pool tips, go home later that day or before the payroll is finalized and change their minds and email their employers basically behind the backs and say, we're going to just keep all of our money. So then you have one unfortunate employee who thought they were getting a share of tips because that's what they agreed to, but our law allows them to change their mind. So now that poor employee that did all the work back of the house, making the drinks, whatever they were doing, ends up with minimum wage. And in my opinion, not fair for the employee, and complicated for the employer, but mostly really not fair for the employee.
For follow-up, sir.
Thank you. That sounds like a problem worth fixing.
Agreed.
but I'm not sure the FLSA fixes it. My understanding of the FLSA is it allows the employer to mandate the rules and whether or not there's tip pooling or not. Earlier, you said that the tips belong to the employee. The tips do not belong to the employee if the employer mandates tip pooling. So I'm uncomfortable with the idea of, moving from the employees decide whether they want to do it to the
Tip sharing. That's tip sharing. Yeah.
or pooling.
Or pooling.
So can you address the fact that the FLSA allows the employer to mandate tip pooling and sharing?
So I'll let labor and some of the industry folks break down it specifically. I can restate what I said before, and that is that the moving target is really a problem for both employers and employees. And I'd argue it's a bigger problem for employees who are relying on making their 20, 30 bucks an hour with their tips included, but then they're expecting after working a long Friday night event or night at the bar or whatever, and they'd agreed to one thing, and then by the morning or by Monday, a couple of employees have decided, because they had a great night, have decided to keep their tips all to themselves. And where they made an agreement with their fellow employees, their team members, that one person would maybe make all the drinks and the other group of bar staff would serve them, because they have different talents maybe or different aspects that will help them all succeed. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges. And right now, when affordability problems face everybody in New Hampshire and some of the lower paid workers the most, we've got to focus on getting more money in the pockets of those wage earners. And this is one way to help them with all the affordability problems we run into.
Thank you.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Senator. Might it be somewhat simpler to say this is a team of 3 to 4 workers who are going to be working their hardest to make it happen, and just have them assigned a number, and at the end, that number has the tips, they split it between them without the employer doing anything?
That seems like a very viable approach to me. I think that would be simple. I think simple and transparent are the key.
Thank you.
So,
Representative Schultz.
So with your concern over the affordability crisis and your concern over workers, would you support an amendment to this bill that would raise the minimum wage for New Hampshire?
that's another issue, but thank you for the question. The tipped minimum wage has been discussed so many times, and minimum wage as well. Minimum wage, I think, is an entirely separate discussion, so I'll withhold comment on that for this discussion. Tipped minimum wage, however, I think is very germane. And I think we have some good protections in place to make sure everyone is fairly compensated if they perform less than minimum wage. But the overall minimum wage, there's an obligation for the employer to gross up an employee if they somehow end up making less than that. The issue the issue really is if they don't make more than that when they're expecting to, and they are expecting to, until someone changes the rules after the game is over. That's the problem.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have another concern about this area, this federal federal law that really, to me, does not seem to protect workers. This area of concern is 531.54 in the D section. It says that employers who do not take a tip credit, which means that they would be paying their employees the full minimum wage, which is $7.25 in New Hampshire. So an employer that pays its tipped employees the full minimum wage and does not take a tip credit may impose a tip cooling arrangement that includes dishwashers, cooks, and other employees in the establishment who are not employed in an occupation which employees customarily and regularly receive tips. And you gave an example before about how you can't use tip money to subsidize other parts of the restaurant business. It seems to me like that's a direct contradiction to that.
So So your question is,
And my question
do
is,
you think, do I think it's a direct contradiction?
do you
And the answer
think-
is no, because employees make entire handbooks full of policies. This would be one of those disclosed policies up front.
Follow up?
Yes, please.
Do you know what the tipped wage is in Maine?
In Maine, no.
It's $7.25. I'm sorry, $7.55 an hour. So if someone was working in a restaurant in Maine making $7.55 an hour, they would get to keep all their tips. Someone in New Hampshire across the river would be making $7.25 an hour, and their money could go to the dishwasher. It could go.
Okay, is there a question, Representative?
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Does that
honestly, I
seem
appreciate
fair?
your comments.
Does that seem fair?
I appreciate your comments. I don't compare our hospitality industry with Maine's. Our hospitality industry is strong. It's a huge part, one of the largest pieces of the revenue pie. I'm sure Representative Murphy, from her experience from Ways and Means, can attest. We have a huge slice of the pie attributed to meals and rentals tax. We've also increased that distribution to the towns. So we've actually shifted that revenue down. The revenue, not the no cost, but we've shifted the revenue down, and we'd like to see meals and rentals tax revenues to continue to climb because of the influx of tourism. I can tell you that I'm a lot more reluctant to have a meal in the Kittery outlet area if we ever run up to Kittery for shopping because of their higher taxes, and I'd much rather just drive the 20 minutes across to Portsmouth and pay a lower meals and rental tax. It's been proven over time to improve the industry. So I don't, I'm not too concerned about what they're doing in Maine, to be honest with you.
All right, for a question, Representative Cahill and then Representative Hall. Not really, guys. I mean, we're like 2 hours over. And let's please, we'll have time. We have workshops scheduled. We have time for pontification. But let's stick to the questions.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I know, I didn't make the schedule and I know it's tough. Senator, you brought up the meals and rentals tax, and we talked a little bit about the state of Maine, which we're not comparing, but do you know that in the state of Maine, the people in the restaurants and hotels do not get a 3% commission, which is $12 million a year in lost state revenue?
So I don't see, thank you, Representative Cahill, for your third or fourth question. But I honestly don't see how that's germane to this discussion. So thank you anyways for your
And
comments. I
again,
appreciate
committee
it.
members, if we could stick to questions that are actually germane to the subject, please.
I do have one just
No.
like that.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator. New Hampshire has a tip credit statute already, and it's not clear to me that we're not incorporating the federal tip credit law, this inadvertently, as part of the FLSA. Did you look at that when this was being drafted?
Sure, and the industry folks and the Department of Labor can speak to that directly. I do believe it is covered. And in the interest of time, I'd love to make sure you have enough time to hear the compelling personal stories from the tipped employees behind me on both sides of this issue, and to hear from the restaurant and hospitality operators. So,
Okay,
thank you.
fair enough. Yes, ma'am.
Having done my dues in the restaurant business, so could this or some form of this prevent a situation, per your example, with the bartender and say between two people, an agreement where the bartender gets like $5 for helping them out, to where it therefore becomes a problem to where you have to pay to get your drinks faster, or that type of a situation.
I'm not sure I understood your question. Give me that example again. I think I followed you.
A bartender technically, or a server would actually tip the bartender and then get their drinks quicker.
It's a great
and
question.
then it kind of creates that situation where people have to pay to get their drinks faster.
Yeah, Representative, that's a great question. That's one of the biggest concerns. It happens now, right? If you have certain bartenders that like to work with certain servers for any number of reasons, absolutely. I believe it happens now, where the servers might be known to a given bartender. Maybe they're friends, maybe they're dating, maybe they're relatives, who knows? So they have some natural human preference. And they might make a conscious decision, and they can still do that. whether this passes or not, it happens now and they can still do it. If they want to over tip or extra tip or pay to get their drinks strong, fast, and cold versus someone else, that's their prerogative. I don't think we want to take that away from them, but I believe it happens now. And I think it would make it less prevalent if there was a known practice and that didn't change day to day or twice a day. And that does happen. So,
Okay, Senator, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Chairman.
you introducing this bill.
Thank you,
We do
members.
have about 20 pink cards to go, and it is not my intention to limit testimony at this point in time. So thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony. We do have Roy Puch. I got that right? Piekuch. And I appreciate you coming in. I know you're on a tight timeline. And if you could introduce yourself, who you represent, and your opinion.
I'm Rory Pakush, representing.
If you could turn on your mic.
Press this here? Okay. Hi, I'm Rory Pakush. I'm representing tipped workers in New Hampshire. I have a letter here written on behalf of them. Let's see. Honorable Committee Chair Creighton and members of the NH House Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services. We are current or former tipped workers who are or were employed in restaurants, tourism, casinos, and related hospitality and entertainment sectors in New Hampshire. Sorry, one sec. I didn't think I was going first. Our labor is essential to the success of NH employers who operate in these parts of the NH economy. We are well aware that the work we do. Sorry, I'm really bad at public speaking.
Hey, sir, hey, Roy.
Yep.
You're fine. I think you're fine. Just relax. Take a breath. You'll be fine.
We are well aware that the work we do keeps these sectors alive and vibrant, which causes NH's meals and rooms taxes to continue to flow into the state's coffers. As NH residents, workers, taxpayers, and voters, we are shocked to see Senate Bill 416 that attacks our rights as tipped workers. We strongly urge you to reject this bill and recommend its defeat on the House floor. Current NH law says our tips belong to us, and that we also have the right to voluntarily agree to pool or share our tips. NH law also says whatever we choose regarding pooling or sharing our tips must happen without any coercion whatsoever from our employers. This is as it should be. We depend on our tips to survive economically, and it should remain our choice if we want to pool or share our tips with others in our workplace. Back in 2012, the NH legislature affirmed that our tips were our property unless we voluntarily and without coercion decided to pool or share our tips. The legislature then reaffirmed and strengthened this language in 2017 and 2023. These were always bipartisan bills. We believe they were motivated by the widely shared recognition that tipped workers are an important part of the NH economy. So what has changed in 2026? Why are our rights as tipped workers now in the legislative crosshairs? SB 416 wipes the current RSA about our rights regarding tip pooling off the books. To the unaware, SB 416 may sound innocent enough because it just says NH is going to revert to federal law. But federal law referenced in SB 416 says that the employer may require employees to participate in a tip pool with other tipped employees that customarily and regularly receive tips. It also says our employers may impose a tip pooling arrangement that includes dishwashers, cooks, or other employees in the establishment who are not employed in an occupation in which employees customarily and regularly receive tips. As long as we receive the minimum wage, $7.25 an hour, as a base wage. That may sound innocent too, but we absolutely depend on all of our tips to pay our bills and keep a roof over our head and food on the table and gas in our cars. So any employer mandate that reduces our tipped income could be devastating for us. We do recognize that there are work circumstances where it is appropriate for us to pool or share our tips, but that should remain a voluntary decision on our part and should never be forced upon us by our bosses. As hardworking NH employees, we lead busy lives. Many of us hold 2 or more jobs. It normally does not occur to us to wonder what the NH legislature is doing to our jobs or our rights in any given year. It is likely that the vast majority of our fellow tipped workers have no idea that SB 416 even exists. Otherwise, they would surely weigh in. Many of us stitch together multiple part-time jobs, including tip jobs, to sustain ourselves and our families economically. If this bill causes our tipped income to be diminished, it could even push us to leave our current tip jobs. That is not a positive outcome for SB 416. The current law, 27926B, tip pooling and sharing, should not be repealed. It has been thoroughly reviewed and improved several times by the NH legislature and deserves to stand. Tipped workers are a valuable part of the NH economy, and we hope you will acknowledge and respect our value by rejecting SB 416. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. You did very well. What you got going? I'm sorry. I do have one question for you. So I see your testimony, and you've got quite a few folks that have signed on to it. So why you? Are you like a specific individual organization, or who do you
No, I was just here to read the letter on behalf of tipped workers, just because most tipped workers can't really show up realistically. So this letter is something that needed to be read and represented. I was just here to show my opposition to the bill.
Beautiful. And so how did all these folks get together to write this letter?
To be honest with you, I'm not really sure, just mostly word of mouth. It was kind of a rush job because, as I said in the letter, most of us aren't even aware that this is happening. Like,
Okay.
I've talked to fellow casino employees who don't even know this is happening. So this is just something that was a small organized group of people putting this together very quickly to show that this is something that will affect us and that we really don't want to pass.
Great. I appreciate your initiative. Thank you.
you.
Any questions? Nope. Good. All right. Amy LaBelle from Amherst.
Oh gosh, where? Good afternoon. Thank you so much. My honor.
At the base.
Ah, fantastic. Thanks. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for having me. I'll try to be efficient. I know everybody wants to move on with life. I'm Amy LaBelle from LaBelle Winery. I own LaBelle Winery in Amherst, as well as LaBelle Winery in Derry, New Hampshire. We employ about 250 people. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I am here to voice my strong support for the passage of this bill. And I'd like to share some real world operational perspective with you from an operator side of things and what we like to think of as being a good operator. I know that there are bad actors out there. I know there are bad employers as there are bad employees, but we are a company that is trying to do right by our team at all times. We have a wonderful team of people. Many of my servers have been with me for over a decade. We just had a celebration of our 10 years of service, which is unheard of in this industry. We're coming at this from a good heart. And what I'd like to say is that I'd like to shed some light on the operational perspective coming from the events side of things. So tipped wages in the restaurant are pretty straightforward for us. An employee gets a tip from a customer, they keep it, they put it in their pocket. If they want to tip out their busser and their bartender, they do so. It's without controversy at LaBelle, and that's not really the issue for us. What's coming up for us is on the event side of things. Now, LaBelle Winery is a large company. We host over 700 events a year. So I want you to, I don't say that to be impressive. I say it so you can understand the administrative burden this would place if we did something different every single time. So that's a problem, but I'll tell you in a little bit what our proposed solution was to that. But how it plays out now is, take, for example, a wedding. I've got maybe, we'll say 10 people working that wedding, okay? They come in 2 hours before the wedding. There's one single bill for that wedding, right? We've got, the parents of the bride, we'll say, are paying that bill. So they've been pre-billed. They've paid a 12% tip in advance, and I take that 12% tip and I distribute it to all of the people working that event in accordance with the hours they worked. Straight math, no fancy stuff, right? So you work 5 hours, it gets divided, whatever, because they're working as a team in that effort. They come in 2 hours early, they do all the side work to set up the event, they make sure their silverware is polished, their glassware is polished, everything is looking as it should for the bride, put out the bride's decor, take care of the bride while she's getting ready. There are many, many, many jobs that have to come together to make a wedding happen at LaBelle in the way that we provide. And so that's teamwork at its best. And if they were not sharing in a tip that was, clear and understandable to them, it would be problematic in that scenario, right? And so what the New Hampshire's current law requires is for me to take the managers out of the room. Everybody, we leave. The servers are supposed to be able to sit down and decide, how are we going to divide tips today? What should we do? And what does that leave? Okay, so maybe let's say there's a wedding on Saturday night. There might have been 3 or 4 or 5 other events that day. So for every single event that day, I'm going to have employees having a meeting and deciding how they're going to share those tips, and then maybe mid-shift changing their mind, and maybe when they go home changing their mind after that. You can see the problem with this, because I have one person who does payroll in the LaBelle Winery Finance Department. And I'm telling you, she'll quit because you can't manage it. It's not manageable. So I wanted to set that scenario for you so that you could understand the perspective of the event side of things. Because I think for tips, we talk a lot about restaurant and bar. And I just want you to see that event piece as well. It is impossible for me to comply with the law from an operational perspective currently. Voluntary tip pools don't work in operation. When participation in a tip pool or tip share is voluntary, it can change from moment to moment, and it requires that staff meeting I referenced at the start of every shift or before every event. Not possible to operationally deal with. If an employee during that event receives a large tip, and they say, I don't want to share this, those people really liked me, then everything changes mid-shift, and everything's shifting under the ground, I want to tell you, too, that my event servers make, on average, between $35 and $40 an hour. Not a year, that would really be terrible. An hour. So this isn't an effort to take away any of that. The passage of this bill doesn't reduce any of that. It simply provides complete transparency to employees on how we're doing things. And so how does this work at LaBelle, and how are we handling it right now, which is a current problem for us because we're currently talking with the DOL about this again. In 2020, starting in 2019, leading into 2020, we went to the state DOL and said, we are having a hard time complying with this law. What do you want us to do? And at that time, under the leadership of Michelle Samal, the department helped us. They really worked hard to understand how we were doing this to begin with. And at LaBelle, how we do it currently is once you get a job offer at LaBelle, yay, you've got your offer. We then provide you a packet of all the documents you get as an employee at LaBelle. One of them is, this is how we divide tips. And it is straight math on an event side, very clear, right? They read the policy. If they like the policy, they come to work for us. If they don't, they have other choices. And they sign the policy. So we've provided that to the Department of Labor. The Department of Labor said, this is great. We think this is as good as you're going to get under this, because the Department of Labor also acknowledges that employers cannot comply with this rule. It's impossible. And so the department acknowledges that. They bless our policy. I've got, multiple attorneys hired on this, trying to get, feedback, making sure that, I'm spending money, spending time trying to get this right. And we've got the blessing of the DOL in 2020 on the way we do things. Well, now the DOL whole administration has changed and there are new people. And so an employee asked a question about tip sharing through the Department of Labor. Why they didn't just ask our labor group, I'll never know. But we have a very approachable HR team. I don't know. So they asked the DOL about a tip sharing and the math on their event wages. And that triggered the DOL to come back and take another look. And the new people at the DOL are now saying, wait, you're not in compliance. Well, of course we're not in compliance. There's no way for me to comply. And so that's the position I'm finding myself in right now, when we really, as a good employer, tried to get this right, hired lawyers, went through negotiations, went back and forth for months with the DOL trying to get this policy correct. The only way to fix this is to adopt the federal standard, as 47 other states have done, and allow employers to simplify this so that not only us but our employees can see what they're going to get. This isn't going to diminish anyone's wages. It's in fact going to make a level playing field for everybody. Someone, I believe Representative Cahill raised a question about why can't employees just divide up their tips, and why do employers have to be involved at all? Well, I can tell you that almost never are employees getting cash tips. Almost never, certainly not on the event side. Those are large tips on a $40,000, $50,000 wedding. That's a check that's been cut to us in advance. So the cash tip thing doesn't work in practice. And I don't know when the last time you all used cash at a restaurant was, but it's just not the bulk of our business. We see maybe 5%, 10% transactions in cash. That's it. So I just want to put that out there for you. So what we have here is that the state standard is different than the federal standard. And that's really frustrating for businesses to try to figure out. One law, one policy to comply with is always going to be preferred. I would say from both the employee and the employer side, simplification is best for everyone to understand. Passage of this law will not reduce tips to employees. It will just simplify the delivery of them. And the language in the statute currently makes it absolutely impossible to comply with. So I urge this committee to support Senate Bill 416, to support the people who are employing all of these folks around the state of New Hampshire, and let us default to the federal standard under the FLSA.
Okay, thank you. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there two questions?
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you for your testimony. First is there anything preventing you from just doing a policy that works within the construct now? Can't you just do a policy on your own? And you also cited an employee. Did it occur to you that maybe they were afraid of retaliation if they went to anybody that is seen as senior to, which was probably everybody else that works for you if they're not a server, everybody that isn't a server? Did it occur to you that maybe they were afraid of retaliation in some negative fashion?
It didn't occur to me because that's not really
malice.
the culture that we've developed at LaBelle. But, certainly maybe, everybody's different. And if they felt intimidated, maybe that's why they went to the DOL. That could possibly be. My two HR people are so lovely. I find that hard to believe, but it could happen. I don't know. Everybody's different. It wouldn't have been from a history of retaliation at LaBelle, I can tell you that. But did you have a first question?
Yeah, it was, can't you just write a policy now working with the DOL? Or
I did
just
that.
on your own, right?
I did that.
So
and now we're back in discussions with the DOL, and they're pressing me for an answer, like, how are you going to deal with this? How are you going to deal with this?
Okay.
And I don't know, because I don't have an answer. The only way to deal with it would be to have a meeting before all 700 events I run every single year, and let employees tell me, and then I'd have to get that information to finance. And let me tell you something, there's going to be mistakes if it's different every single time as well. So how am I going to run a tight ship from the payroll perspective and get everybody's payroll out on time? It's actually impossible. Is it possible? Maybe if I hired 10 more people in the finance department, maybe, or 20, I don't know. Is it feasible? Absolutely not.
Representative LeBrie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. LaBelle, could you repeat for the record, how many other states have already adopted this?
I believe that 47 states or so, and I know that some other legal folks are going to chime in on this, but I think 47 other states have adopted the federal standard for tip wages. So, why are we trying to be different?
Amazing. Thank you.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So we hear the term voluntary being used here. Is it your opinion that if an employee signs an agreement or a policy saying this is how tips are supposed to be treated, that is voluntary in nature?
Yes, it is, because they have choices.
Okay.
Employees are smart, thinking, wonderful people that are managing their lives. And if the policy at LaBelle works for them, that's great. And it's a good policy, and they make great money. Oftentimes between $35 and $50 an hour. It's never less than $35 an hour on average. So I think they have free will, and I do think that's voluntary. I'm not making them take that policy.
Thank you.
You're
Representative
welcome.
Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. LaBelle. Nice to speak with you again. I did watch the testimony, and I reached out to Ms. LaBelle. And for the record, I think what you were doing makes perfect sense. That there should be no reason for you to even have a meeting with all the people in all the different events, because it's just crazy. I agree that we should fix this. I just don't feel that the federal way is the answer.
So,
And
Representative
questions
Cahill,
coming.
we talked about this before. There's a thing called this thing with dot on the bottom of it.
Yeah,
Could you
gotcha.
form
gotcha.
it in that direction so we
okay,
can move forward?
okay,
Thank you.
Okay. It's a challenge. Okay. So, do you feel as though if we did something about in the language about the coercion to sort of allow for people to make an agreement that that this is how they'll understand it. This is like the document I provided to Mr. Summers a couple of years ago, where you would have a framework, and this is how we do it here. And if you would like to take this job, you can count on us doing it that way. If we fix that, would you think that would work for you? Would
That's
that
what I
address
do
your
now.
problem?
That's what I do now. And if at employment, employees can come and sign a document that is, this is how we do tips here. And we, fix that standard once and for all, that might be an option. But the problem is that you can't require it to be renewed every time you have a new person join the team.
Right.
These teams are flexible. I've got a lot of long-term employees, but in general, hospitality are transient employees that are there for a few months, gone for the next. So you can't, it can't be something that we have to re-up every time a new person comes on or have a new meeting with. You know what I mean?
And there is an amendment that will address some of those concerns that we'll get to later.
Okay. Yeah, I agree that
And for a follow-up
right, you
question.
should. Yeah. So would you believe that I concur with what you're trying to do, and that I think we could fix it, given the time in an interim study, because that's what we do in the House.
And that was a question.
Yes, it was. Would you believe?
Okay.
If the question is, should you go to interim study? My answer is absolutely not. This needs to be fixed now for employers, not next June.
And Representative Staub.
Thank you. I have a quick question. Can you explain what the advantage is to having wages as a separate charge on the bill instead of including it in the full bill when you're billing the people who are the parents of the wedding? So you said you have a separate 12% gratuity that you tack onto the bill for this event instead of just adding that into the whole bill for the event. Is there an advantage to that so that you'd be
Yes.
paying people a wage instead of a gratuity?
Well, unfortunately, I do think that if I went to an hourly wage, it would be at a lesser wage than what my employees are potentially going to make now based on their tipped wage. So I think that's a disadvantage to employees. But here's the problem. If I'm presenting a bill to the mother and father of the bride, and they don't see a gratuity line, they're going to think they have to tip on top of that. So they'll be confused. It's very confusing. That's problem one. Problem two is that then you've run into this trouble of, well, which part of this bill is subject to the meals and rooms tax? Because not all of it is. And so you've got a taxation problem. There is a very complicated set of stuff that comes onto the invoice I give to an event client. And to get that right is very tricky.
Can I?
Yes, please.
Is the regular wage that you pay to these folks that work these events $3.27 an hour?
If they're on the floor serving, yes.
Okay.
They get a tipped wage. If they're in the bar, they have a different wage. If they're, bussers or house people, house staff, they're a different wage.
And Representative Hall. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You've been describing a happy, successful business, but then you've also been describing what sounds catastrophic. So has something changed that makes this bill necessary now?
Well, it's been necessary since 2019, or since I started, it's been necessary, but it got painful enough for us that in 2019, which was about 6 years after we opened, that I went to the DOL for clarification and just kind of a blessing on how we were handling it, because we were kind of doing the best we could, even with legal advice from one of the best law firms in the state. We couldn't get it. We can't comply. And so we got the advice of the DOL. They blessed our then policy, but now it's come up again because I had one employee talk to the DOL, ask for clarification on how their tip got broken down on an event. We provided that information. That all was fine. That got cleared and went away. But they said, but back to that tip policy, how are you doing that? And so now it's been reopened, and I'm in current hearings with the DOL on this issue again. It's a confusion. It is a lot of expense on employers to figure this stuff out. Lawyers aren't cheap, and the hospitality industry is suffering enough as it is. We just need clarity. Thank you.
And Representative Avalani, sir.
Just to follow up on your DOL experience, so you had a employee inquiry that was cleared by the DOL, and the DOL came back to do a follow-up on another complaint, or they just showed up saying we want to look at your policies?
They didn't show up. No, we had a lovely. They've been wonderful.
Okay.
They've been lovely to work with. We had a wonderful meeting with them on the first question, which we clarified for them. But during the production of information to them for that first meeting, they said, yeah, but what about this tip policy? Can we go over how you're doing that again? Like, that doesn't quite comply. And I'm like, I know, but I have it blessed by Michelle Small, who ran the department in 2020. Look, I have an email from her, and so it was kind of this rabbit hole that just got opened up. It wasn't a secondary complaint, no.
Thank you, Michelle.
And they're not currently investigating me, but we've got this ongoing dialogue because they want an answer, and I don't have one.
Okay, thank you for taking the time out. I appreciate you testing me.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for listening.
And did you have written testimony, or can you give that to us?
I can send you my notes after I clean them up.
That'd be great. Thank you, ma'am.
My scribble you can't read. Yes, sir. You got it.
And Miss Caleb, there you go. Beautiful.
All right, I've got some notes here too. A really long note. I'll keep it as brief as I can. This is on. Okay. All right. My name is Aislinn Caleb. I live here in Concord. Full disclosure, I'm also on the Concord City Council. This has nothing to do with that, and I'm not representing the views of the city of Concord. I'm also a server. I'm a tipped worker. I have this job to fund my extravagant lifestyle of public service, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. And I'm curious, before I start, how many of you have worked in a restaurant, not as an owner, front of house, back of house? Just raise your hand. Okay, cool. All right, thank you. Just curious. All right, so I have my sticker. I'm here to urge you to vote against SB 416, and I'll explain why. But first, I will admit this bill sounds fine. When I looked at it, when I took a glance at it, it was like, okay, this sounds all right. And I'm sure, without a doubt, that you have been told by restaurant owners, we just heard, or the restaurant association, the lobbyists, that aligning with the federal standards, like apparently the 47 other states, and legalizing mandatory tip pooling will be good for business and good for workers, to close the wage gap potentially between front of house and back of house, real or perceived. And I am here to say that I do not believe that this is good for workers, nor for the restaurant owner's bottom line. And I think a lot of that comes from moving from the way things are done now to this new way. So let's dig in. So I'm a server. I make about $3.68 an hour, so a little more than that minimum wage. I do pretty well for myself. At my restaurant, we do tip out 10% to bar, 5% if we have a host in the summer. And so I do well. My income is based on my personality, my ability to connect with people, really, and to carry heavy trays and things like that. It's also based on the support that I get from other front of house workers. And I'm definitely comfortable with the policy that exists at my restaurant. Now, all restaurants are different. I used to work at a corporate place that there were no tip outs whatsoever. If you were caught, sharing money with like the host, you were in trouble. But so what happens if things suddenly change? If potentially up to like 25 or 30% of my serving income is suddenly mandated to be pooled, that would be an issue. And I would probably leave that restaurant. So I very much know that times are tough for restaurants right now. I am feeling it. I see that people are not going out to eat. The restaurant industry is definitely suffering alongside the rest of our economy. But servers we're used to the ebbs and flows, the inconsistency of the income, and we power through, but there's a limit. We power through until we can't. And we are used to leaving a bad restaurant for a good restaurant. There's no shortage of restaurants. How bad are things? I will just say, I think it was not this past Saturday, last Saturday I made about $100 plus my hourly, and I worked for 10 hours. So, I am not just here to stand up for servers like myself who are incentivized to make guests feel welcome and enjoy their experience, and servers that are now worrying that their hard-earned income will be depleted by a mandatory tip pool. I'm also here to stand up for our back of house workers. I am very worried that this opportunity, if this bill becomes law, will be taken by owners to ultimately lower the hourly pay for kitchen staff, dishwashers. Just lower the hourly pay for a dishwasher, line cook right now, I think the average of what I see for their pay is about $19 an hour. And I think that owners will claim that tip pools will make up the difference. And that is very concerning for me. This is, again, a challenging time. The highest cost for a restaurant is labor, and the highest cost are those people in the back. So it is a very tempting idea to use the concept of a tip pool to lower that base pay for back of house, and perhaps in those 47 other states, perhaps that's fine if this has been done for a long time, but it is not how we operate here. I see this as, if this bill becomes law, some restaurants, especially like the corporate restaurants, they will keep things, I would imagine, as is. Other restaurants will move to the mandatory tip pool. So that shift is kind of what I want to highlight and how that will affect everyone. So again, owners assuming a benefit to the bottom line because potentially they could be saving on labor costs and promising tips making up the difference. And I do believe that those kitchen staff, people making an hourly, that's not a tipped hourly, they deserve more. And I do believe that it is on the owner to pay these folks a fair wage. But more importantly, they deserve consistency. Servers are very much used to, again, the ebbs and flows. Maybe you do very well in December, and January, February is absolutely a nightmare. But I do think that back of house workers would pay the price if tip pooling is implemented. They are not used to the inconsistent income, and bringing in this new system, I think, would flip everything upside down. Now, if I think about in deep in my heart, would I want to share my income with other folks at the restaurant besides just a couple key people in front of house? I think so. I really do see the value of what everyone in the restaurant does and how that affects my tip. Cook good food. I serve that good food. Guest is happy. Fantastic. But that the key piece of that is the voluntary nature of it. Now, there's a ton of psychology at work in a restaurant, and I think this policy would sow the seeds of discord, leading to unpleasant work environments. Because imagine you're working in a place where you are not mandatorily tip pooling, and all of a sudden you completely change, and then you will see your income decrease. That is not going to contribute to a good work environment. And then what happens? Servers are no stranger to leaving restaurants that have bad work environments, toxic work environments. The tip pooling may, for back of house folks, if their income is not consistent, it's not that consistent, decent hourly, they'll also leave. No shortage of restaurants again. So we as restaurant employees value choice and freedom.
And we have like 20 more people testifying.
All right, I got
So
one more sentence.
Okay, there you go.
So we value choice and freedom, no shortage of restaurants. Ultimately, the free market will decide which restaurants are successful if this is implemented. The successful ones will maintain the freedom we currently have to our own wages. And that's that.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Any questions?
The Federal Fair Labor Act doesn't require you to tip pool. I mean, I've just been Googling it, so it's not a requirement in that federal law.
No, but it would allow employers to be allowed to mandate a tip pool, correct?
Yeah, within limits, but at the same token, as you said, you can leave. Yeah. And go to a better place, so.
Well, what happens to that restaurant?
All right, this is not a debate.
No, I'm just.
Representative Schultz.
I was just going to say, does the switch, as the previous testimony states, does it that relationship now with the employer controlling the tip sharing, does that would you also use the word coercion in that sense, or involuntary?
Yeah, I would consider it involuntary. I would consider it less of a freedom to my own wages.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much. Mr. Summers, sir.
Yes, I'm on the green side. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Mike Summers with the Lodging and Restaurant Association. I'll talk a little bit about how we got to this point and then kind of some of the history around this particular statute. So as Ms. LaBelle kind of outlined, this is an incredibly frustrating part of the statute for businesses. It's impossible to comply with. And the prior testimony before me mentioned that she was perfectly comfortable with the policy that's in place in her restaurant. Well, technically, that's coercion under the current interpretation from the department. So technically, that restaurant is in violation of this statute right now as we sit here. So I just want to put that out there. Secondly, I'd also like to comment about the way the FLSA is structured. So any kind of a tip share or tip pool arrangement also has to comply with what is considered reasonable and customary within the industry. So you can't get to a scenario where we're going to take 30% of their tips and then pay all of our cooks with it. That's not how that works at all. It has to be reasonable and customary. And of the 47 states that are currently operating in this way, including our neighboring states of Maine, Massachusetts, and Vermont, all of those states have the ability for businesses to set their policies, et cetera. So that piece of it. I will just say that, in my tenure with the organization, we've tried to attempt to fix this law 4 different times. Of those 4 attempts, 3 we got minor tweaks that frankly didn't actually help at all. For example, we got a piece of language in there that had something to the effect of that the business owner could have something in writing. Well, they can, but they'd have to rewrite it every single shift, every single time somebody made a change of decision about how it might operate. And then just and because of that, obviously this is just it's unworkable for the business owners on the whole payroll side of things. And then to respond to Representative Cahill's comment about his suggested language from, I think it was last year, correct me if I'm wrong, from last year. I think my concern with what you were proposing is that you would have to remove the word coercion in order to have a written policy. So if we had done what you had suggested last year, we would have actually created a conflict within the statute, which would have made it even worse than what we had now. So I think there's just a lot of frustrations that are happening. And I will say that, with the way this operates in the 47 other states, it functions seamlessly. There's no issues. Businesses know what is considered reasonable and customary, and to the comments already made, if an employee doesn't like what is the policy, you vote with your feet, right? And you go to the next place. And if we lose a restaurant because they're a bad operator, I don't think anybody in this room is going to be upset by that, right? That's the free market system. If they have a terrible policy and they have a terrible way of running their business and they go out of business, that's probably a win for the rest of the good businesses in any given area. So we're okay with with that. Oh, and I just want to reinforce the comment that Ms. LaBelle brought up, which was the whole issue of, depending on the administration we have, today one thing is acceptable, tomorrow it's changed. And so because of those two words that are in the statute of coercion and voluntary, it just creates a nightmare of how you would actually manage this thing. And we have heard specific examples of a scenario where you will have 3 bartenders working behind the same bar. In normal business operations, what is reasonable and customary, those 3 bartenders would essentially share the same register. They would make drinks in different capacities. Somebody works a service bar, others would deal with the customers directly in front of them, and ultimately the tips would all be pooled and everyone would walk away with whatever their share of that is. It's clean, it's simple, and I think it is kind of common sense for all of us sitting here as we talk today. But we have also heard of instances where one of the bartenders got a $300 tip from one of their regulars or whatever, and that just goes in their pocket. That's not into the tip pool. And so they've decided that at that moment, you know what, I got enough for tonight, I'm out. I'm not going to do the tip pool, but I'm still going to expect my share of whatever's left. And so you just have this breakdown in the whole team service mentality, which is an enormous problem for an industry that prides itself on team service. So with that, I urge you to support SB 416. I know we're short on time, and I am happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Summers? Representative Avaloni.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again, Mr. Summers, for being here with us. Can you define under tip pooling under the FLSA if New Hampshire's definition of it mirrors what the FLSA will be?
I believe it does in the proposed bill. In the proposed bill, I believe it does, because essentially it's going to defer to what the FLSA standard is, which is what's used in all those other states.
Well,
Please.
Would you believe that there is an amendment that removes voluntary and coercion in order for us to follow the FLSA?
Okay. I'd want to see the language, actually, before I comment on any proposed language, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would be delighted if you would share that with me after the hearing.
You got it.
Great.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you, sir. Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
coming in. I'd like to call Mary McDonald, please.
Oh, she had to leave.
She's no longer here. Thank you. And Jim Reedy, please.
Good afternoon. I'll be quick. My name is Jim Reedy. I'm a shareholder at Sheehan Finney Law Firm in Manchester. I'm the chair of the Labor and Employment Group. I've been in practice as a management side lawyer for 36 years. I have a great deal of experience dealing with this issue. I have battle scars on the federal and state level with regard to this issue, but in particular with regard to the state law with regard to tipped wages, tip pooling, tip sharing. And I think it's been said a number of times here, but the confusion and the uneven enforcement is a part of the statute because of perceptions. The perceptions dealing with whether or not it's fair for me to share my tips with others. And I'm talking about front of the house. I'm not talking about back of the house. The host, hostess, the expediters, those that might clear the table, and so on. But that's tip sharing. Tip pooling is among similarly situated employees, and that's an agreement in advance. The problem is with this, and I've dealt with this many times, is the opt-in and opt-out. It can be done on a daily basis. And as Ms. LaBelle said, that is an absolute nightmare to administer. It also tears at the fabric of the team because perhaps even if we just talk about what's most recent with COVID, you can't go to any place, whether it's a restaurant or to a coffee shop, without having that screen flipped and the tip is there. And the question is, who gets that tip? Is it the person who cashed you out or the person who prepared it, and so on and so on? So this actually makes it so much easier if you adopt the federal scheme. Now, that's not unusual because New Hampshire has adopted the federal minimum wage. New Hampshire has adopted the federal overtime statute. So this is not uncommon. The other 3 states, besides New Hampshire, the other 2 states, for those that want to have a trivia question to tease with coworkers and the like, are Minnesota and Kentucky. I would say, generally speaking, we don't want to follow the laws of Minnesota, and I'll leave my comment at that. But 47 states, it's been said a number of times, follow the federal law, and it does make it a lot easier. For purposes of the statute, though, the FLSA To be clear, managers and supervisors and business owners cannot share in the tips. The tips belong to the employees, the tipped employees. That for purposes of the tip pool, managers and supervisors cannot share in those as well. In addition, the federal statute is very clear as to who is a supervisor and who is a manager. And then with regard to that, there are limits on the tip pool, whether or not the employer is taking a tip credit, not to get into the weeds on that, but basically it's to be clear at the outset of employment, very clear, here is our tip pool arrangement, here's our tip share arrangement. If you accept it, makes it much easier. As Ms. LaBelle and others said, there's great transparency in that. I think that aligning with the federal statute makes things much easier, and it helps to eliminate confusion. And I think, as Ms. LaBelle said, the folks at the Department of Labor actually have been very decent, and this is a protective statute that they're administering, but they've worked with, under different administrations, worked with employers. The problem that Ms. LaBelle had is that there's a thing called official estoppel. I can't rely upon what a government inspector said and say, well, that's the gospel truth. You have to rely upon that. The next inspector can do something else, and so on. It actually would make it easier for the Department of Labor and for employers and for employees to adopt the federal standard. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Reedy. Long time. Do you think there is a way that we could, and I haven't seen the amendment, I'm curious, to tweak the language around coercion and voluntary so that it does specify that I agreed to this because I understand it and I like the way this is, and this is how I'm going to do it every day I work here and every day other people work here. Do you think that's possible without making this change?
I'm a student of human nature as well as most of you are. I think the problem with that, as Representative Schultz mentioned earlier, the question about retaliation. And I think the perception is the one, that one employee that says, well, you know, I felt like I was coerced. I felt like I couldn't stand up and speak up and so on. So I think going to it, this is the set rule. It's not a democracy necessarily. The covenant is clear. You perform the wage, here's the stated wage, this is what you receive, or this is what you participate in as a part of the pool. And again, the pool has a limit that you have to be paid above the minimum wage. And one thing that was mentioned earlier with regard to the wage, the average wage in New Hampshire for a tipped employee, the minimum is $19.50 an hour. Ms. LaBelle and others will testify, and from my experience, it is far greater than that. It is often $20, $25, $30 an hour with tips. So I don't see there's a disadvantage to employees. I think the only thing that the real advantage here is clarity and consistency.
Follow up?
Please, sir.
Thank you. I want to ask about the back of the house, because I agree that the chef and everybody's making the food, but they're paid at a higher rate, and they know that every day, every hour, they're going to get paid the same, and where that front of the house doesn't have that.
Right.
Do you think it's appropriate for the people in the front of the house to have some of their wages that the tips use to subsidize the people in the back of the house? And how far do we go? Do we go to the farmer who raised the cattle and grew the vegetables? And what about if a band is there, should they tip out the band because they had a lot of people, or some political figure making a speech that draws in the full house? Do they tip them?
I think the advantage here is the statute's pretty clear in that regard, and it really is sharing among similarly situated employees in the tip pool, and among the tip share, it's front of the house, typically.
I think there was a discrepancy with that, with the ability for the manager or the owner to say it goes everywhere I say it goes.
Right, and part of this federal statute is, and it was said earlier, I think it was Representative Flanagan talked about that, said that if adopting the federal standard is one that where an employer can mandate, then the employer doesn't have to mandate it, and the employer can be far more generous and share back of the house. And it is done. It is done, but it has to be done with eyes wide open. And right now, under the existing system, an employee can opt out on a daily basis, and that's what makes it an administrative nightmare.
Thank you.
Representative Abalani, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tip pooling means when you pool tips, the job category needs to be similar, whether it's wait staff, bartenders, hosts, so they can partake in the tip sharing. As it's written here and has been, we've tried to fix it for a number of years, it's interpretive of who's looking at it. You could have the same sentence and have three different people look at it and have three different opinions. And I think that's where we are today.
Tip pooling is among similarly situated employees. Your bartenders would be tip pooling, your servers would be tip pooling, and those are separate pools. Tip sharing is among tipped employees and non-tipped employees.
But it's particular follow-up.
Please.
But the back of the house is typically excluded from that because they have a higher wage rate and have no ability to claim tips above and beyond their regular wages.
That's correct.
Thank you. And one last follow-up.
For you, sir, the world.
The coercion part, if we were to take that out and take out the word voluntary, would that put us in compliance with the FLSA?
I guess the question is how long that voluntary commitment stands. Do I understand in perpetuity for as long as I work in this restaurant that I've agreed to this standard? Or, and I don't really see the difference between that and me coming in with eyes wide open and the employer says, this is our standard. And if you want to work here, this is what you work under. That to me actually seems more consistent and therefore, again, employer and employee eyes wide open, they know what they're dealing with.
Thank you. And one final one.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So should we remove the definition of tip pooling under section 279 as well as coercion in order to follow the FLSA?
Tip pooling and tip sharing under RSA 279, which is the minimum wage statute, that would be replaced by the federal FLSA. That's what this bill is about.
Correct, but we have to take that piece out because that would, under the original bill, it does not remove that.
I think the only problem with that is under the definition of tipped wage in RSA 279, it talks about a tip directly from the customer to the employee at least $30 a month working in restaurant, lodging home, and so on. So I think if you were removing tip pooling and tip waging, but you're leaving tip in there, then it's just simply going to the server or the person who receives the tip. I think that would be chaos in the workplace.
I'm not meant clarification.
Clarification.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the definition of tip pooling under Part 1, Section 13. They define tip pooling as a means, the voluntary practice by which the tip earnings of directly tipped employees within the same job category are intermingled in a common pool and then redistributed among participating employees. Removing the word voluntary in there would keep us in compliance with the FLSA.
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, you're removing voluntary from that, but I think it would be because the FLSA would be mandatory, which suggests some level of involuntary. It's your understanding, but it's voluntary in that I'm accepting that.
Correct. I just want to make sure that we're not coming back here next year trying to pull this apart again.
Let's hope not.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Bree and then Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Reedy, just for the record, this is already mandated under federal law.
That's correct.
Okay. Follow up.
For a follow-up.
And in the event of an audit or an inspection, which entity pulls rank? The state or the feds?
Oh, that's a good question. So let me go back to, you said it's mandated under federal law. And my apologies for misstating or so quickly adopting a yes answer. The answer is employers can adopt under federal law a mandatory tip pool. It isn't mandated by the federal law that employers have to have a mandatory tip pool.
Clarification?
For clarification, yes.
So in that event where the feds came in to, above and beyond a state inspection, what would happen? What would be the result?
So
if it is the way it is now.
Representative, if you mean if this bill passes and this becomes the law in New Hampshire.
I mean, without.
Oh, I understood. So I think what you're talking about is whether or not the federal law preempts the field. And so what happens is it depends upon the statute and basically what is the more generous statute between federal and state. If the federal law was not intended to preempt the field, the more generous state statute could govern.
Sorry.
For further clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Generous to whom? Employer or employee?
It would be a protective statute, so therefore it would be more generous to the employee.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Staub, ma'am.
Thank you. We've heard a lot about events and bartenders, but my concern is that if you've got a dining room with three servers working, two of them are really counting on that money, so they're out there hustling. There's no job that's more of a meritocracy than waiting tables, because how much you get paid is directly tied to how hard you work. So you got two waitresses out there who are really hustling. They're selling the drinks, they're selling the desserts, and then you've got one that's not working as hard. And then under this law, the manager could say, okay, we're going to tip pool, and everyone's going to go home with the same amount of money. How do we protect those hustling waitresses in those dining rooms?
Thanks, Representative. I think that is a self-policing system, and that one wouldn't necessarily be mandated by management. That would be management by your coworkers, presumably. That that as far as like, I've seen that before in many other situations where, and actually part of the problem under the current statute is in that regard, I'm opting out. I'll opt in today. I'll opt out at the end of my shift. I'll opt out next week, and that tears at the fabric of the firm. I think of the restaurant. I think what happens is it's self-policing, and the benefit is management is not involved in that.
For follow up, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but this section C of 531.54, which we want to adopt, says the employer may require an employee from whom the employer takes a tip credit to contribute tips to a tip pool. So it's a requirement. The manager may require it.
That's correct. That's what the FLSA provides. It's clarity. It's upfront. You understand that if you're working here as a server and a tipped employee, that your tips will be pooled and shared with others. And so therefore it goes back to what I said earlier, which is self-policing. 2 of the 3 workers are working hard and hustling, and the other's not. That has a way of taking care of itself.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Reedy, again. Yeah, following up on the previous question, I had a conversation with the prime sponsor, and he told me that part of his goal was to make sure that the slackers weren't going to get, more than they deserved. And as you said, this happens currently, and I don't think the FSLA would fix this. It's just a matter of tribal justice that it will occur, still occurs in the workplace when something goes wrong. Is there a way, with human nature as it is, that we could fix this without just saying, the heck with tip wages, just pay everybody an hourly rate?
Well, that goes. I can't speak to that. I mean, I was a tipped employee in a prior life for sure. I think what Representative Staub said earlier is that it's a meritocracy. So if you're flatlining and everyone's getting paid a set hourly wage, you effectively take away the incentive of, as one of the witnesses said earlier, of really hustling and providing that excellent service.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, sir, thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate you coming in. Rich Gula, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Richard Gulla. I'm president of the State Employees Association in New Hampshire. It may surprise you why I am here today on this bill, but many of my members work a second job in the hospitality industry. They have to work more than one job to survive in this economy, have reached out to me directly, asked me to stand with them and testify to oppose this bill today. It's been a long day. There's a lot of people here wanting to speak, so I don't need to go into the details. Some of them have already been done. I do have some written testimony, which I will submit, but we oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Do we have any questions for Mr. Gulla? Representative Schultz, if you don't mind, sir.
You probably won't like that I'm saying this, but I'm just sad to hear that so many of your workers need to take a second job, because thank them for their service. Thank you.
I will.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And yes, we would like your testimony. And Viola Katusame.
That it? Okay.
There you go. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking my testimony. For the record, my name is Viola Katsime, and I'm here representing Grind State Organizing Project. We are a nonprofit, multi-faith organization based in Manchester. We serve different communities across the state, and our goal is to bring people together so that we are centering the dignity of people in New Hampshire. And I'm here to express our opposition to SB 416 regarding the pooling and sharing of tips among tip workers. I want to say that when we had this bill was happening, what we did, we work in the community around a lot of workers. We let them know that this was happening and wanted to find out how it would impact them. And so some of them were not able to be here today, but I wanted to share some of the stories that I received. I'm a father of two who takes care of the household with pool tips. I just won't be able to withstand all the bills that are on my shoulder. I'm the only moneymaker in the home, and not only will my finances fail, so will my mental health. A lot of us dealers need to keep our own tips to live this extremely high inflated economy. Gas is expensive. My rent is currently $2,500 alone. So I'm against the pooling of tips in the state of New Hampshire. Another worker stated, my income will decrease significantly since I need to care for my mother and cover her medical expenses. This will have a severe impact on my life. Another one in the beauty industry stated that I have worked in the beauty industry for almost 30 years. This would very much negatively impact my income, and I firmly disagree with this bill. I have a whole page of these stories I could go on, but again, I just want to be mindful of people that are here and have to go back to work. So just a few of my last comments are that it's my understanding that this is part of a larger multi-decade agenda of the National Restaurant Association to allow to allow employers to reclassify all the workers as tipped workers, and that's paying them a sub-minimum wage. And we know that Dagen, which is the world's largest service restaurant company that owns Olive Gardens and many other chains, that was bought by a hedge fund in 2012, has been trying to increase shareholder value, and they want to do that by reclassifying all the workers as tipped workers. So in that way, they are paying them minimum wage, including people in the back of the kitchen. And I know that because currently in Congress, there's a bill by the National Restaurant Association that is working to reclassify all workers as tipped workers in any industry. And this is really coming here. I think this is the first step that we're seeing. And so I'm really concerned of all our workers in New Hampshire who rely on these tips to pay bills, like I shared. So I want to urge you to oppose this bill.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you coming in, representing those people. Are there any questions? Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The way that you worded the one point about with the National Restaurant Association and the reclassification, I mean, that sounds like if, for example, correct me if I'm wrong, like at Dunkin' Donuts, you have the option to tip now, and at certain coffee houses, you have the option to tip now. If those folks, if more folks are reclassified to being tip workers, it sounds like, wouldn't that make it an obligation for those of us that are customers to probably pay more in tips to cover more workers? I mean, has that come up in any of your research or conversations?
That's my understanding, that classifying anyone as a tipped worker means that they're getting $3.25 an hour, and us as customers are really paying for that, for helping the employer cover the costs. So.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Katsumi. With this federal change going to the federal law, isn't the federal law the minimum $2.13 an hour? Could that be something in our future here in New Hampshire if we adopt the federal regulations?
That's correct. Currently, our tip minimum wage is $3.27, and the federal is $2.13, and so that could mean that possibly that we could revert to that, like we're doing with the federal level minimum wage at $7.25. And I just want to give a comment. Earlier, someone mentioned how neighboring states have this federal law of pooling of tips. Mind you, all the neighboring states have a higher minimum wage. So keep that in mind, that Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, Vermont, Connecticut, they have a higher minimum wage. So even though they pool their tips, their workers are making at best minimum $15 an hour, $14 an hour. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very
for
much.
coming in. I appreciate it. So, as you can see, we've not exceeded, we've not excelled on our labor committee timeline estimation, and so we will not have a work session, nor will we have an exec session today. But we will continue to hear testimony, and then we'll send out further guidance after today. Okay. We will have lunch, just not today, unless you want to stay for dinner. The invitation stands, but we're going to postpone. Matthew Cohen.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Matthew Cowan. I have a little bit written down on my phone. I appreciate your guys' patience for today. I know everything's running a little bit late. I know myself and everyone behind me and the people who can make it here think this is a really important issue, so definitely want to reiterate thank you for this. I've come to speak on behalf of myself and other tipped workers in the New Hampshire casino industry. I've noticed that listening to other people's testimonies, it seems like this bill can have a different effect on the different industries here. There's a lot of different nuances involved in all of that. Us in the casino industry, we feel very strongly about rejecting this bill. I took the day off today to try and come and represent them. We believe that it would destroy many of our livelihoods and turn a viable career into something unsustainable unless we supplement it by other income from other jobs. We have an industry that's built on the backs of the hardworking dealers and our waiters and waitresses who each deserve to keep the fruits of their own labor. Every individual worker builds their own rapport, develops their own skills, flair, jokes, personality, all of that. And all of this stems from each employee knowing that if they show up, give it all they have, they're going to be rewarded for it. We believe Senate Bill 416 would introduce a world in which the employer can decide that an individual's hard work does not belong wholly to them, and instead with others uninvolved in that individual's interactions and service. It relegates a worker's experience, their skills, personality into something meaningless, or maybe even something not worth developing. Especially when compared to our current state where what we earn now is considered our own property. For these reasons, we would ask you to reject this bill, or from what I've heard during these testimonies, go to interim study, if that's what you guys said it was, to protect the rights and the careers of the hardworking men and women of the New Hampshire service industries. I would also like to say, with hearing all of this and the appeal of the interim study, it sounds like a lot of issues stem from events or this idea of mid-shift mind change. And from my position, I've been in New Hampshire casinos for about 11 years. These sound like outliers. It doesn't sound like the normal day-to-day stuff, specifically the mid-shift mind changes. From somebody listening to all this, it sounds like it would make more sense to not throw the whole thing out and just amend it to have language about the events or mid-shift mind changes in some type of way. Like, as far as I understand right now, the way the statute stands is that employers can mediate issues. Maybe we could get some more specific language in there about the mid-shift mind changes, and then maybe specific language about events, but it doesn't seem to make sense to me to throw everything out. I will also say that I noticed a couple people bring up that 47 other states adopted the FSLA. But I also noticed that it seemed to not matter to anybody what the other neighboring states were doing when it came to a minimum wage for tip workers. It seems like if we're not going to care about one, we shouldn't care about the other. I think it is important what our neighboring states are doing for minimum tipped workers, but it seems antithetical to New Hampshire's live free or die to be like, oh, look, 47 other states are doing the FSLA. This is how we should do it. And I would also like to say that the letter that was read earlier by Rory Pikewa, she's a coworker of mine. That was a lot of the people that signed it and that are feeling strongly against this are servers and casino dealers in the New Hampshire casino industry. That was something that we circulated through the casinos when we found out about this. We didn't have a lot of time. I can assure you that there would be hundreds more signatures that oppose this on that letter if we had more than the week that we realized this was happening. There was many people everybody we talked to within the casino industry that was on our level, dealer or server, had no idea about this. And there is a lot of urgency and worry about it.
So specifically, you're concerned that the casinos will pool all of your tips and distribute that somewhere else?
Well, right now we are keep your own. So basically the service that I provide for somebody if they give me $5, I get to keep that $5 at the end of the day. We are worried about, pooled mandates, which it seems like in the FSLA, they can mandate a pool where right now they can't do that without the employee's permission. And going by the track record of casinos just in the country, that is something that they would absolutely do. Specifically because I don't know how much everybody in here knows about the casino industry in New Hampshire. It seems to be like a largely kept secret about how a lot of the specifics work here. But like I said, I've been doing it for a while, and they all used to be, in general, mom and pop places. But now they have been bought out by large corporations from out of state. You have Vegas, you have Kentucky, Kentucky Downs, Churchill Downs, all these different places. These places require tip pooling in their states, in their casinos, out of state. There is nothing to suggest that they wouldn't do that to us if we just went to the federal standards. And that is a major worry for us. As somebody who has worked in a pooled casino, I was there for about 5 years before I even knew that Keep Your Own existed. I will say that I would never want to go back, and there are other people who absolutely agree with me. It breeds a very toxic environment, and you make an insanely amount of money less. It would be very hard in today's day and age to take care of our bills, groceries, gas, with a pooled tip wage, especially for part-time workers.
Okay. Representative Schultz, and then
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Flanagan.
Chair. It's interesting you mentioned the workers at Churchill Downs because I'm the granddaughter of a retired worker at Churchill Downs. I'm from Kentucky. I was already going to ask this question about labor unions. I guess would really be for our labor, New Hampshire labor folks, because you made me think about the fact that casino workers, especially in Vegas and a lot of the racetracks, they have unions. I don't think you're unionized.
No, I will say I actually was the union president of the only unionized casino in New Hampshire. It was the Lucky Moose, but unfortunately it closed down. There was they are owned by the Nash Casino in Nashua, and they had already planned on closing us down before the union started. And I will say the union saved us for quite a bit and kept us open longer, but we did have one.
Follow up, yes, ma'am.
Because my real question is to the Labor Department folks, if this were to pass, would it prohibit?
They're going to testify. They're on the list.
Okay, thank you. I'll save that question for them, but thank you for answering my question.
All right. Sure. Representative Flanagan, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. Thanks for coming out. If I hear you and hear a lot of other people, is that they're concerned about the tip pool. Although we have a business over here saying logistically it's hard to do because the tips are incorporated in the bill that they provide their customers, or if you work for them, your customer too. So if the bill was amended, and I'm not advocating, Mr. Chairman, but if it was amended that would allow tip pool, but allow the employees to be involved with the setting of that tip pooling organization or format, would that sit better with you and some of your colleagues?
So right now, I did hear that they were saying that in a lot of, at least the owner said in a lot of restaurants, a lot of the tips aren't cash and are generally on cards and stuff.
Yeah.
What I personally, from what I've seen from our own front of house section, that's not super reflected in that. There still seems to be plenty of cash flow everywhere, but specifically for dealers and stuff, there are no credit cards at table games or at poker tables. So everything we get is cash or chips that are then transferred into cash later on. But I believe under the statute that we have right now, if my entire casino, if our dealers wanted to pool, we can come together and say we wanted to do that under this. So I don't see, so with that already being a voluntary like ability of the employee, I don't see why throwing everything out helps if that's already an existing thing we can do if we want to, which I can say that on behalf of every dealer in the state that they don't want to do that.
See how much you get from us for $100 a year?
Sounds like a hard job. I don't wish it on anyone.
All right, sir. Thank you for taking the time off. I really appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Thomas Powers, or Power.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the committee for listening to me. My name is Thomas Power. I am a union representative with the New England Joint Board Unite Here that represents hospitality workers in all 6 New England states, including New Hampshire. However, as an individual, I grew up in Exeter, and I graduated from Exeter High School in 2007 and from the University of New Hampshire in 2012. My mother was a server her whole life. She worked at Ronaldo's in Northampton and Ron's Landing, Hampton Beach, Ron's Beach House back in the day. And my father waited tables at the Brad Sculler for years. And I say all this because I feel like I really identify as a Granite Stater, and being from here and growing up here. And I really feel like, as the gentleman just said, the idea that you can have a law that will compel employees to pool their tips and share their tips is antithetical to the, live here, die spirit. And I'll be brief, and with that, I'll end my testimony, but I can take any questions.
Seeing no questions, sir. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you very much.
And Krish Hadabinas.
Am I pressing? Okay, so it's on, right? Okay.
There you go.
Okay, cool. So I am Chris Atzaberis. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony today. I am an employee at one of the casinos in the state. I currently work the graveyard shift, which is the 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. shift. I purposely choose that shift because it is by far the most lucrative shift to work. So under the current legislation and the current setup of our casinos, the tips are whatever we receive, we get to keep. And we receive 100% of our tips as chips or cash, which is a cash equivalent. So this passing of the bill where we could allow our employers to mandate us to tip pool would decimate my income more than probably anyone else in the state, as I am one of the highest, if not the highest earning dealer in the state. So I work the shift that I have, and I provide the high level of service and create a very fun and, exciting environment for every casino goer that comes into my casino. And a lot of the times I get tons of compliments saying, dealers at other casinos like Encore, whatever, they have no personality. They don't make it fun. They don't make it an exciting experience. And they love when they hear like, oh, do you get to keep this if I give you a tip? They love to know that you personally get to keep the tip that they're giving. They are inclined not to tip as much or at all if they know that you're sharing with everyone else. And for someone that works like the 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift at the casino, they're not really seeing many customers. And if they work the same amount of hours as me, doing almost none of the work in comparison, they're under this current mandate that the employer could mandate, they'd be able to be making the same exact amount of money as someone who is doing 95% of the work. And it doesn't seem fair to employees who go out and hustle, because every shift, I make sure I'm putting the best effort forward possible to make it the most exciting, fun experience that anyone has. And there's lots of employees that also just show up, they leave early, they don't really put any effort into their tables, they get out maybe a third of the amount of hands or spins that I do. And for them to be able to make the same amount of money while working a more preferential shift is just ludicrous. And I just don't think that it is fair to, I mean, this industry I feel like is very underrepresented. And I mean, I took it upon myself to go to other casinos in the state and ask other dealers if they'd even known anything about this. Not a single employee from any of the other casinos even knew that this was a possibility or that this was happening. So had they actually known, we would have shown up probably by the thousands to oppose this bill, because we really enjoy the fact that we do, like, the work that we do, we enjoy doing it, and we enjoy the fact that we get the fruits of our labor. If we put in effort, we're compensated for it. And this would basically take away all that incentive.
Are there any questions? Seeing none questions, thank you, sir. Appreciate you taking the time off, and I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Miss McKelly? Tina, yep.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Tina Kelly, and I'm here to testify in opposition to the bill. I have been in the industry of waiting tables, bartending. I have done the big venues. Currently, I'm at a ski area. I do it part-time. I do it on the side of my regular job, and that is because for most of my, not now, my kids are grown, but for most of my life, I've been a single parent. I wanted to make sure that my children had the things that other kids had. They had the, not the best clothes, but they could, fit in with their peers, have the clothes, take the trips with Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, participate in sports, which has brought them to be very successful adults. And without this extra money, they would not have had the advantages that a lot of other kids have. So currently, and I still waitress part-time, and currently we deal with a lot of things with regards to our employers. We deal with managers and supervisors who bring in family and friends, give them good shifts, give them preferential treatment. We deal with wait staff or bartenders or bussers or whoever that don't put in the effort on their jobs. They don't do the work that I would do in order to make sure my customers have a happy, fun time. And like he said, I'm compensated for the quality of the service I'm providing. This bill does not address quite a few things, and it would be the difference in skills for those included in a tip pool. How do employers distribute the money fairly? I heard reasonable and customary. Well, you can't define coercion. How do you define reasonable and customary? Requiring employees to provide information to employers on how much, let me rephrase that. Currently, because there was some squabbling among employees, what we don't see is how much tips we make until the employer at the end of our shift prints that out for us, which is fine. But they could easily take that away. What in there is to require an employer to tell you how much you made at the end of a shift so you know how much is being pooled. There's no requirements for that. And then disputes between employers and employees, settling that would be through the Labor Department or by legal means. And I did look it up. And the federal law does have a lot of lawsuits that people file. So it's not a perfect system. It's not easily navigated. There are things people can misinterpret or interpret in different ways. So those are some of the things to take into consideration. Wages for employees who are tipped in New Hampshire range between 12.2 thousand and 57.4 thousand. Approximately 1% of employees earn at that higher level. Customary average is 34 to 42,000 a year. Talking about other states, the majority of states are pointing to the federal law. Well, other states, especially in our Maine, Vermont, Mass, Rhode Island, Connecticut, all are between $14 and $16 an hour for a wage, and tipped workers earn between, at the lowest end, Rhode Island at $3.89, to the highest end, which is Connecticut, at $8.23, and that's just for the tipped worker. 30 states plus Guam, DC, Puerto Rico, and Virginia all have higher minimum wages than New Hampshire does. Employees are allowed to change their mind during shift pools arrangements, which is unfair to others. That can be easily solved by modifying New Hampshire statute. That's one way that I think we could work together to modify that. There's also ways to modify bigger venues. You're hearing a lot of testimony from the big venues that do events, or they have, like Meadowbrook. I worked at Meadowbrook on the bars. We did pool our tips. I didn't run into any issues, but that was like 6 or 7 years ago. I don't know what's changed. Things may have changed, but there's a way to solve that in current statute by allowing some of those big venues that do events to have a different way of dealing with what they deal with. And I will say, I heard testimony on, in contracts, having a tip added into the contract. Well, I'll tell you, I've worked at Gunstock, I've worked some of these events that they do, weddings, corporate events, and all of that. And there's a difference. There's a tip and there's a service charge. So if you put a tip on, you do split it between your employees. But if you put a service charge on, which a lot of places do into their contract, put a service charge, employees do not see a cent of that. And a lot of states, when in doing my research on this, a lot of states with that service charge mandate that if they're putting a service charge into a contract, they have to tell the person they're contracting with that this is not a tip. This is a service charge, and the employees don't get it. That way, if the person wants to tip, they can on top of that. It would be up to them, but that's a separate issue, but relative. And as you've seen here today, there are a lot of different tipping scenarios. There are waiters, there are bartenders, there are table workers, there are ice cream and parlor shop workers, and our pizza parlor workers. I was asked a question in the Senate about pizza places, and I asked around. And I said, how many of you tip out when you go and just pick up a pizza? If you're going and picking up a pizza or anything else by that matter, could be ice cream, could be any of those things, you don't tip like you normally would because those people are not relying on those as the foundation of what they make. I find federal law way more confusing than state law. I've read many of our state laws, and I find that it's much easier to understand, it's much easier to find. Federal law does not make things easier. I mean, you can look at any federal law. I think we all know that it's not easy to navigate. My primary role today, or wish today, is that you would vote this inexpedient to legislate, but I see the writing on the wall, and that will not most likely happen. So I would urge you, send this to interim study. Let's work together to fix the problems without relying on federal law. I've heard more times when I've been in front of one of these committees how we don't want to point to federal law. I hear people saying all the time that everything should be done at a state level. Well, this is one of those places where doing it on a state level would be much better than pointing to federal law. We control it. We can fix it. We can make it work for everybody. So I would implore you, send this to interim study and let's fix it together. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your testimony. Saying no questions. I really appreciate you hanging around and letting us know how you feel. Mr. Ruff, again. Okay, we'll postpone him. Dr. Kenny.
So good, very much into the afternoon, but good afternoon. For the record, my name is Gail Kinney. I'm a resident of Canaan. I'm a pastor with the United Church of Christ, or UCC. Many of you may just know us as the Congregationalists. And we're the largest Protestant denomination in the state of New Hampshire with 130 congregations. And I would venture to say that we have tipped workers in each one of our 130 congregations from north to south, east to west in the state. And so as a denomination, we do value the rights and the work of workers in the state of New Hampshire and across the country. And so I had prepared testimony, but I'm going to skip most of that and probably just focus on a couple of different things. Let me address sort of the 47 states. If in fact 47 states, and I don't know this directly, but if it is accurate that 47 states in their state law say something about following the Fair Labor Standards Act, that's one thing. But I do know, although I don't have the research with me, that a number of states that say they follow the FLSA generally also have additional state law protective added language that's not in the FLSA protective of tipped workers. So you can't just say, well, 47 states do this without also understanding or knowing what the state laws are that are additionally protective, which has been very important in multiple states across the country. And the U.S. Department of Labor has said very clear, and in the handout I'm going to give you, there's a reference to it that you can look it up. It's very clear that says that federal law, if you're following it, is the base. But whenever state law provides additional protections for workers, including tipped workers, the more protective statute will prevail. And so then looking at the statute itself, the current law is pretty darn simple. It simply, there's only 3 sections of it, very short sections. Each section mentions the voluntary nature of pooling or sharing of tips, and that there should be no coercion, no force from the employer in that in what really should be voluntary. There's 3 short sections, Roman numeral 1, 2, and 3. And it sounds to me, though, that the issue here is with section number 2. Section number 2 of the law says, no employer is precluded from administering a valid tip pooling or tip sharing arrangement, including suggesting reasonable and customary practices, documenting agreed upon practices, and mediating disputes. So this sounds like section Roman numeral 1 doesn't seem to be problematic, although it lifts up, that there will be no coercion, it'll be voluntary. Roman numeral 3 says the same thing. It is Roman numeral 2 where it talks about how to administer tip pooling or tip sharing and what the role of the employer is. And the employer needs to document what the procedures are. If that is not working for some employers in the state of New Hampshire, the large venues or anybody else, it seems to me what really is essential here is to look at that particular provision, not throw the whole thing, not throw out the baby with the bathwater, but say, you know what, we value the no coercion. We value the voluntariness of it. We value the fact that individuals can make different amounts by putting their heart and their soul into it. But administratively, we have got to really clear up the vagueness of section 2 of the law. So I would just encourage you to look at that rather than throwing out the whole thing. The other point is that this, so I tried to figure out where the original statute came from. And it was looked at in 2012. It was looked at in 2017. It was looked at again in 2023 with strong bipartisan sponsorship. This was not a partisan bill. It was always bipartisan, trying to do what's right for tipped workers in New Hampshire. And I don't understand what the difference is now in 2026 that we would want, or you would want to throw out the efforts of 2012, 2017, and 2023, and throw it out completely, repeal the whole statute the way it currently is. And so what I did is that I looked at the current law, I put it in writing so I could read it. I did this for myself, but now I want to share it with you. And then I looked at what the bill says, which is just generally repeal the whole thing, throw the whole thing out. And the bill also says we need to follow these three provisions of the Code of Federal Regulations. And so I took each one of them, I put them on paper so I could read them and see what they said. I tried to highlight the things that I thought were really important that would be of concern to both sides of the issue, both the proponents of the repeal bill and the opponents of the repeal bill. And so then I said, just before coming here, I thought, you know what, this is not just for me. I want to share this with you. And I really just implore you, try to figure out what the consequences are of this, what the bill would really do and what it wouldn't do, and what needs to be fixed. And then in your wisdom, because I know you're good at this, fix the things, tighten up the things that are needed, clarify the things that are needed for the employer specifically, but don't throw out the rest. And so that's it. I want to share this with you. Don't vote on this bill, please, without really absorbing this first. So that's just my plea to you. And I cannot thank you enough for staying here, hanging in, listening to everybody, and being so open with and generous with your time to do what's right for the people of New Hampshire.
Yes, ma'am, and thanks for your hard work on putting those together. I look forward to reading it. Do we have any questions for Reverend Kinney? Seeing none, ma'am, thanks again for putting that document together and sticking around to testify. Mr. Rapp, are you ready?
Yes. Sorry about that, guys. My name is Alan Rath. I'm here representing the New Hampshire AFL-CIO, and we are opposed to SB 416. And we would ask respectfully that you find this bill inexpedient to legislate. This bill would repeal regulations that were passed by a bipartisan coalition of legislators over a decade ago, and then reaffirmed by another bipartisan group of legislators back in 2023. By law, tips are the earned property of the tipped employees, and they're not a management fund to redistribute at will. And this is something that the former chairman of this committee, Representative Infantine, was absolutely adamant about, and that he spoke about the last time that this statute was edited back in 2023. And when he was talking about this statute in question, you can find his remarks online. He was very clear about that. So I think that there was a misconception that we're talking about 47 states here. Representative Woodbury asked how many states, use the federal law here. And it is true that it's 20 states that rely on basically the federal guidelines and not much more. There's 27 states that rely on these federal guidelines and then actually make them more strict and have more protections and are more thorough than what just the basic FLSA is. So there are 0 states who rely solely on the FLSA. So yes, it is true that there are 47 states that rely on this, but it's to varying degrees, and none of them rely solely on what we're talking about here. Currently, workers have the option to decide whether they pool their tips. This seems much more in line with the way that New Hampshire does things. They have the freedom to make that choice and decide whether or not they want to engage in that type of system. And, I think that you can see, based on the folks who have shown up, who have submitted testimony, who have registered online their opposition to this bill, how many of them are actually working in these positions that we're trying to help regulate, protect, make sure that they're treated fairly, that they're in strong opposition to this bill. And so I think that this is an example of a situation where we would have the government further reaching into business owners' private decisions they're making with their employees. And lastly, it should be noted that I think this has been said pretty much, but we'd be removing everything that we have right now on the subject matter that we're talking about here and replacing it with federal law. And like, I think that's not something that we usually do here in New Hampshire. So with that, I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you for waiting for me.
Thank you. And DOL team. Are you getting paid for sitting back there doing nothing?
Good afternoon and
Welcome,
thank you.
ma'am.
My name is Cassie Abbott. I'm the department's legislative liaison, and with me is the department's general counsel, John Garrigan. The department has reviewed the proposed language. We are neutral on the bill. The proposed language is repealing current RSA 279-26B and reenacting it with new proposed language that states that the pooling and sharing of tips by employees shall be governed by the provisions of the Fair Labor Standards Act. The department's interpretation of the language shall be governed is that tip pooling and tip sharing will be preempted by federal law, meaning that any tip pooling or tip sharing disputes would be referred by the Department of Labor to the U.S. Department of Labor. It is worth noting for the department that the current statute in the department's jurisdiction has some differences between the federal law, and some of those differences are added protections and that is that when entering into a tip pooling or tip sharing agreement, it has to be voluntary from the employee, and it has to be done without coercion from the employer. Other than that, the department understands the intent of the bill, and we believe that we can abide by it, and we're happy to take any questions.
Ron.
I think I heard you say this, but I want to make sure it's very clear. If we adopted the bill as presented, the Department of Labor, New Hampshire Department of Labor, would not have any jurisdiction over tips and tip pooling.
So we would not have any jurisdiction over tip pooling and tip sharing. Straight tips, the department would still be able to issue wage adjustments for and conduct inspections. But with regard to tip pooling and tip sharing, that would be preempted, and we would refer that to the U.S. Department of Labor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked it earlier. I don't know if you heard the conversation about the casino workers sometimes are unionized. Would passing this bill in any way thwart unionizing any aspect of tip workers if they chose to attempt to organize a union? Would it supersede the workers' right to organize in those situations?
Thank you for the question. That's a very interesting legal question. It actually worked the other way. Generally speaking, private employers who have collective bargaining agreements with their employees, that's subject to a wholly separate federal regulation under the Labor Management Relations Act. All of that preempts state enforcement, so we don't touch those.
Okay. Representative LeBray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it uncommon for state labor laws to run parallel with federal laws?
Is it uncommon? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Well,
yes, sir.
But it happens.
There are
It
many
exists.
there are many instances where they are very similar. There are other instances where they are not. Yes.
Follow up?
Yep.
It just seems like this would be a housekeeping bill that simplifies the process. Do you see it like that?
The department, I mean, we won't take a policy characterization of what the bill does or doesn't do at the end of the day. I will say our experiences enforcing it, it can be very difficult because of a lot of the issues that have been raised by Ms. LaBelle and Attorney Reedy. That makes it very difficult for us to work with employers to frankly, have them come into compliance. I mean, ultimately, the department wants employers to comply with the law. And it's hard for us to do that if the law doesn't really take into account some of these situations well. In terms of, straight tips and simple situations with pooling, the law is very straightforward. Those are much simpler situations. So it has presented, I would say the law as written has presented enforcement complexities for the department. This would streamline it, I suppose you can say in some ways, in that we won't do it anymore. But it will provide one common scheme of of compliance for employers. This is the other thing we hear a lot. I mean, the department does a good number of trainings every year directly to employers and industry groups. This question gets asked every single time. And this is one of these areas where there is a stark difference between the federal practice and the state practice. And that can be difficult for employers to try to comply with on both ends. And we do understand that. So we don't take a policy position on whether this is a good idea or a bad idea, though we are supportive of any effort to clarify this particular law such that we can enforce it better, that employers can comply with it better, and that employees can benefit thusly from the enhancements all around.
Excellent. Thank you.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. So there is a path, potentially, to resolve these issues by taking existing legislation and doing some, changing certain sections of to make it more responsive and make it easier to enforce. Can we say that there is potentially could be a path to that as opposed to just adopting the federal legislation? Could we remediate some of these concerns and keep control of this within the state?
Again, the department will defer to the legislature as the ultimate policy authority. We're happy to be involved in any further discussions or work sessions about this bill or this topic. If the committee wishes to pursue that, you guys know our phone numbers, so we're happy to chat.
Thank you.
Representative Sullivan.
I think you just addressed it, but the bottom line is, if we want to make improvements, clarifications within the statute, we can count on you folks as a partner in letting us know if it's become easier to enforce or harder to enforce based on the bright ideas that we come up with.
Yes.
Thank you.
We try to be a good partner in that.
And you have been in the past.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Garrigan. Would you agree that, that under the federal system, the states do have a role in offering what seems to work better locally and more protective in certain circumstances, and that we also agree that there are problems that we might be able to solve with a lot of cooperation and input from both sides, and that almost there, I have a thought. Yeah, no, I have one better than that.
If the question is so complicated you can't think about it, maybe it's too complicated.
Yes, and would you agree that interim study would be a good path for this rather than throwing out the whole thing and maybe even drinking the bathwater?
The department takes no position on ultimately where this
It's not a question and you know it. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. How big of a problem, and I'm asking only from the standpoint of how much interaction you have with employers around this subject, how big of a problem is this, and do you see this resolving, diminishing that?
The question.
I know I'm asking a vague question.
Yeah, no. I understand the question. I mean, I don't have the rough numbers off the top of my head. It is among our top 10 cited violations or points of contact with employers every year. I forget exactly what the number is. It is a consistent area of difficult and complex discussions with employers, in my experience.
Representative Cahill for a short, relevant, coherent question.
I reclaimed my thought. Thank you very much. In the view of the fact that the federal law hasn't been changed since 1938, is it more likely that here in New Hampshire we can find a local solution that works for us more amenable than to do it here in New Hampshire?
I will defer to the legislature on that.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on Representative Robley Hall's question, when you say that this is among the top 10 violations, but wouldn't that also include just the complexities around subminimum wage issues in general, or is it the issue that this bill addresses alone? Is it the overall industry and the complications of that accounting, or to what degree can you say is specifically something that would be addressed by this bill?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And I will give you an admittedly slightly anecdotally vague answer, and I apologize for that. Generally speaking, when these issues come up, these are not the only issues that are present. Let's say it's a restaurant; it's usually a restaurant, right? Almost inherently, there is also the issues of tip pooling and failure to pay out tip pools correctly are almost intrinsically intertwined with bad record keeping, which are almost intrinsically intertwined with bad other record keeping or notifications to employees about how things will work. So these issues hardly exist in a vacuum is typically what happens, but typically our wage and hour inspections of businesses, both restaurants and otherwise, almost always touch on more than one single topic at any given time. So.
Representative Abalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Garrigan. We always seem to have to deal with Section 2. In 2012, 2017, and 2023, we've given through the years of the enforcement piece having a different take on the actual legislative intent. And it comes down to documenting. So if an employee changes his mind mid-shift, say, I don't want to, then a new document needs to be presented to the employees, or the employer has to run around and get everybody to sign the new document. And then one of the employees files a wage issue, you go in, you don't see the current documents. That seems to be where the rub is documentation and people changing their minds at will.
That is an issue, yes.
And follow-up?
Please.
Or just some leeway?
Yeah, go ahead.
Having the federal standard, because technically we do have two standards in the state. We have the federal standard and the state standard. If the feds come in and say, hey, you can't be doing this, and they hand you a fine, you guys could possibly come in and say, hey, you know what, you can't follow the federal law, you need to follow our state law, here's another fine. Where then we've heard, where's the common ground? Is it just to follow the federal statute, have some tweaks to it if we need to, and move on? Because there seems to be, everybody's butting heads and we're getting nowhere.
I understand the question. To the extent it's a question of what policy would work best, the department won't weigh in on that.
All right, let me rephrase it. Which policy would be easier to enforce from an enforcement standpoint? One that matches federal law, or one that does not match federal law?
Speaking generally, and not as a policy advocate, the department recognizes there is, or can be in many instances, intrinsic value in having employers subject to one consistent set of standards such that they have an easier time complying with the law, and employees also therefore only have to understand one set of standards. That creates enforcement benefits across the board. I mean, the department, we're not trying to assess high penalties on all employers all the time to fix any budget holes. That's not our job. We'll fine you, but first we want to make sure we go through an educational process and a compliance process to make sure everything's running right the first time. Now, it happens again, repeat down the road. Yeah, those are different cases. Those are different conversations. So the department recognizes that there are value in that. Now, on a policy level, whether that's right for our state or not, that's where the legislature comes in. That's where you guys get to tell us what to do. I mean, we'll enforce the law as written. We try to provide a lot of technical feedback as to what we see are the clear parts of the law or the unclear parts of the law. We generally prefer clear parts over unclear parts when it comes to enforcement and compliance. The issue that the department recognizes with this particular law and Section 2, though it kind of pervades the whole thing, is there's a fundamental tension, a policy tension. I'm not gonna pick a side. That's not my job, but I'll point out this is the way we see it. Is on one side of this law is a policy choice that employees have the right to voluntarily come up with pooling arrangements and sharing arrangements as a matter of essentially private contract. They can come up with these agreements. Maybe they don't have the necessary formalities of contract, but legally speaking, these are contracts. The other side, the other tension is that employers are required to administer those agreements and have to ensure that the tips are all paid out as wages. And they have, as you understand, employers have very strong and strict obligations to pay wages and pay them in full and on time. The tension is that those things butt up against each other sometimes, in our experience, is that this tension between the employees have the freedom and to voluntarily choose their own destiny on this, and the employer's obligation to make sure that they are complying with the law and paying out these out as wages. That's the tension here that we recognize, and it's the legislature's role to figure out which way this should go.
No follow-up?
I do.
For a follow-up, sir.
Yes, so I understand the employee contracts in Section 2. I understand that the employer has to administer it. The employer is responsible for documentation. However, the employer gets the fine, not the employees, because they changed their mind.
True.
I think that's where the rub is the employer is subject to the whims of not having a standard policy, either in statute or in his own handbook. So there's no clear, defined ability for you guys to enforce something that is, I don't want to say whimsical, but not in writing. It's not a standard, like you get paid days off, you get 3 weeks vacation, you get this, but we also pool tips and tip out for 10% or whatever, however it is. That would be a cleaner way for the employers to stay compliant while still offering the employees the ability to say, hey, you know what, I don't want to work here because you pool tips and go down the street for somebody who doesn't. So the may is there for the requirements. Would that be easy for you guys to enforce if the employer actually had the policy, instead of the employees being able to change the policy on a day-to-day or shift-to-shift? And then you guys coming in and trying to have to sift through all that.
To the extent that's a policy question, I won't get into that. But we, to the extent that the question was, do we prefer things in writing as opposed to not writing? I always prefer writing, but I'm a lawyer, so that's the easy part.
Right, and we heard from, follow up.
Go ahead.
And we heard from the gentleman from Shaheen and the other ones that, you know, some of these employees are shelling out hundreds of dollars per hour for an attorney to interpret this so they can stay in compliance. And one day you're in compliance, and the next day you get a new staffer, and they interpret it a different way, and now they're not in compliance.
Yeah, we recognize that the department has had different interpretations over the years. We've worked really hard in recent years to make it consistent and well documented. I spend a lot of time with Attorney Reedy as well as his colleagues in that area of the law discussing these issues and the various complexities that can come up with them. Because ultimately, the department wants to ensure that employers are armed with the right information so that they're doing it right. Because as much time as I spend on the phone with their attorneys, that is vastly less time than I will spend litigating an enforcement case down the line. And that's time I think the department sees as much better spent. Because then throughout, from the year from now, whenever that case hits a hearing officer, employees will be, being treated better, and there'll be more consistency and more fairness across the board.
And with that, I'll close. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, we heard compelling testimony from the dealers. And if we pass this law, is their assertion that the casinos could very well just say, okay, guys, you're all tip pooling. Day shift, you get night shift pools, and we put them all together, and that's the way it worked. And then the dealers wouldn't have a say in that.
I mean, ultimately, if this law were to passes or this bill were to pass as written and enter into law, then the casinos would have all the options available to them under the federal law.
And then the dealers would just say, either work night shift or go home, go somewhere else.
It could be.
Okay. Any other questions? Great. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And any other testimony on HB 655 or 416? Seeing, did you have testimony? Okay. Did you fill out a card? Okay. We'll coach you through it. Come on up. And if you could fill one of these out on your way out, Mike, if you can make sure you get it, or Representative Drago, if you can make sure we get a pink card for him. You got it, Representative Schultz? Okay. Sir, please state your name, who you represent, and then we'd love to hear your testimony.
My name is Kyle Clark, hospitality and restaurant consultant. I think, to be brief, as we've seen, there's been a lot of different variants on what tips are and how they're distributed and how they look. And I think because of that, it makes sense to keep everything within the state, because there's more ability to cater towards each event and each specific case, rather than just throwing a blanket Band-Aid over it of federal legislation. Each individual is able to bring their talents to this industry, whether it's for serving, bartending, dealing, and I think there are hard things to navigate between typical, what everyone would think of as a tipped employee as like a server or a banquet server, where it is way more common to have either tips, gratuities, and service charges. I think it would benefit everybody in this industry to keep it a more fluid, take on this, and work case by case. And I know it is more work on the legislative side, but this is not a typical industry, and the amount of talent and preparation that these people do goes into that, as well as tips not being a consistent thing. It was brought up that employees could change on a shift by shift basis or minute by minute basis on if they're going to pool or not. Having done this for well over 15 years, I've never seen that happen, but it could be there. Just as well, though, a customer or a client can change their mind on a tip minute by minute basis too. So there's a lot of variance in there, and I don't think you can make this case black and white with one bill.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Representative McKenzie, sir.
So if the employers under the bill, they get the control of saying when, of making their determination, and you show up and you say, I want the job, and they say, well, this is the deal. How's that going to affect, you think, different restaurants, throughout the state? Is it going to be a kind of a bar to various restaurants and getting them employment when the employer just says, look, you either take or leave?
Are you asking if there was a specific standard set?
So they're going to have a specific policy, and you're going to show up and they're going to say, this is a policy, and if you want to work here, you got to take this or leave it or scram.
I think that could deter people from working at certain restaurants, depending on what it is. I think a lot of it is the reputation of the restaurant and how they treat their employees as well. But yes, if I was presented with a case where I knew I was going to go in and tip share at a certain percentage, I would most likely turn it down and go to some place where I can know what I'm earning and keep my wages.
Thanks.
Okay, sir, good job. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Thank you for your
And
time.
if you could just fill that card and give it to us, that would be great. Seeing no more testimony on HB 416, I hereby close the hearing on SB 416. Okay, okay, great job today, guys. A lot of good testimony, and a lot of good thoughts. My thought is that we do a work session next week on Tuesday. I'd like to start at 9. Does that make sense to everyone? Is it?
Yes.
Starting at 9? Okay. And then we will exec these next week. Lino and I would like to invite everyone to lunch again. We'll take a rain check on that. And so we'll make reservations again at noon. And we'll leave time for caucus after lunch. And so we'll plan on executing these about 2:30. We'll take a look at it.
What am I gonna eat today?
Hey, listen, you gotta wait till next week, brother. Does that plan make sense to everyone? Is that good with everyone?
I mean, I'll do whatever you want us to do, and I'll show up whenever you want. But my concern is that this particular legislation may take some work.
It might.
It may take some drafting language and things like that. So I don't know if we have sufficient time.
Well, let's take a look at it.
Okay.
I mean, we don't have to exec it next week on 416 specifically. If there is like I told, I'm sorry, guys. Like I told Representative Sullivan, if I see a path forward where we can, there's a lot of hard work that's got to be done. I know many of you around this table have already done some hard work on this, but there's clearly some gaps that can't easily be fixed. And so let's take a look about it, think about it. If there is a path forward, I'm willing to take that path forward. If there isn't a path forward, then let's decide it and go on. But I guess my assessment after the last 3 hours of listening to this is something has to change. But as Representative Sullivan said earlier, that there's clearly issues that we don't want to screw up while we're changing to fix the things that need to be fixed. So let's think about it. Let's talk about it next week. See if we can get a path forward that's reasonable. If not, we'll consider our options from there. Fair enough? Okay, great. Thanks, guys. This adjourns. Holy shit.